Pacific brings you the Miami Marlins and the Tampa Bay Rays. The Citrus Series, Take 2.
Ozzie Guillen and Joe Maddon's ball clubs are headed in different directions. The Marlins have lost 9 of their last 10. The Rays just 2.5 out of first. They meet tonight, Miami and Tampa Bay. Tonight, baseball night in America is in St. Petersburg, Florida. Tropicana Field, home of the Rays, interleague baseball, in-state rivalry, Miami and Tampa Bay. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Brian Anderson. It hasn't been pretty in this series. The Rays have now won 8 in a row. They've won 4 straight this year, and last night they pounded Miami 11-0. The Marlins had just 1 hit last night. Brian, it doesn't get much easier tonight. They've got James Shields to deal with.
Yeah, James Shields has been lights out against this Miami Marlin ball club in his last 3 starts against them, including one just 6 days ago. And he will be looking to duplicate those performances tonight against an offense that has struggled mightily as of late, having scored just 17 runs in their last 10 games. Now, they do get Hanley Ramirez back in the lineup tonight, and that should help. However, they desperately need to get things going early in tonight's ballgame.
The Marlins, the best team in the big leagues in the month of May, the worst right now in the month of June. How dominant have the Rays been in this series? They've won 8 in a row, 4-0 this year, and last night, more the same. 11-0, a combined 1-hitter. Rays and Marlins next. In the on-deck circle, watching James Shields. Ozzie Guillen's lineup brought to you by Taco Bell. Taco Bell, sometimes you got to live. Moss has a little different twist to it. It didn't happen last night. Hanley Ramirez didn't play. Fouled the ball off his nose. Didn't play in last night's game, but he's hitting second behind Reyes. Giancarlo Stanton, Logan Morrison, Omar Infante, Greg Dobbs, Gabby Sanchez. Scott Cousins gets a start in center field, and John Buck will hit ninth.
Taking the mound tonight for The Tampa Bay Rays will be right-hander James Shields making his 14th start of the season, a 7-4 record, ERA just poking over 4. Faces Miami Ball Club a week ago, threw the ball very well, and this is a scouting report on James Shields. Stick to the plan. His last 3 starts against this Marlin Ball Club, just 1 earned run in 24 1/3 innings of work. Don't need to change anything, and keep them guessing. A lot of times when you have a struggling offense, they become desperate. When you become desperate, a lot of times you're overly aggressive. And James Shields' approach of any pitch in any count to any side of the plate can really exploit an aggressive offense.
Opening pitch brought to you by Budweiser. Great times waiting. Grab some buds. Yeah, dazzling changeup that Shields has baffled the Marlins last week in Miami. Reyes leads it off. Hanley Ramirez, Giancarlo Stanton. As Miami tries to jumpstart their offense against one of the better starters in the American League, and a letter-high fastball for strike 1.
And I think jumpstart is the key, because the last thing you want to do when you're struggling as bad as the Marlins are offensively is to let a guy like Shields, who's got a good history against you, get on an early roll.
Reyes loops one into left field, and the Marlins have their leadoff runner aboard. Reyes, despite the struggles for the Marlins, they've dropped 9 of their last 10. Reyes has been their most consistent hitter in the month of June.
And a guy that you want to keep off base. I mean, this has been the Rays' game plan in these games against the Marlins over the last week has been keep Jose Reyes off of first base. He is a catalyst. He runs, he steals bags. So you want to limit the opportunities. Also gives these hitters coming in behind him better pitches to hit because of that speed.
Hanley Ramirez has been in the 3 spot in the Marlins order the entire season until tonight. Actually, last night he was supposed to be there, but during batting practice in the cages before the game, on a line drive, it bounced back and popped him in the nose. Hanley lost a lot of blood, felt dizzy. Ozzie Guillen took him out of the lineup, and the Marlins were 1 hit last night by Matt Moore and a pair of relievers out of the Rays' pen. Ozzie's reasoning for moving Hanley to the 2 spot, it's twofold. 1, trying to get Hanley out of a bit of a slump, getting him closer to the leadoff spot where he sparkled early in his career. And number 2, it gets Giancarlo Stanton to the plate in the first inning.
And that's what a manager's got to do. He's got, to look at their last 10 games. I mean, 17 runs, and enough said. You've got to make some changes and shake things up a little bit, and you look at what he has to work with, and that looks to be the best way to do it. Get Hanley Ramirez up there. Doesn't have a whole lot of time to think about his at-bat. Get up there and get after.
Ramirez takes inside. You saw Ozzie Guillen and Joey Cora. These 2 staffs are no mystery to each other. Guillen and Cora, of course, that long, successful run with the White Sox, including a world championship. And Joe Madden and his staff have been in place here. This is the 7th season. Shields to the plate.
Now there's the pitch. That's the changeup. James Shields, and he has the ability to throw this pitch out over the white part of the plate because of the depth. Watch this just disappear underneath the swing. So difficult to stay back on. It has that 4-seam spin. James sells it with tremendous arm speed.
And it's not a pitch that a lot of right-handed hitters are used to seeing from right-handers. Reyes is at first. We're just underway. Shields. Hanley Ramirez gets a piece of it and fouls it back to the screen.
Well, that's the other thing. James Shields, he's going to come at you with the fastball, the changeup, the curveball, the cutter. And the thing about him is he will throw all 4 pitches to both sides of the plate. And he'll use that changeup like we just saw out over the plate. He'll throw it in on righties to try to give him the look of, okay, 4-seam fastball in. And then all of a sudden it just doesn't quite get there. Uses them all over the place. Very difficult to follow.
One of the best pickoff moves in all of baseball. Shields has picked off 2 this year. Opposing team 6 of 8 in stolen base attempts against the 30-year-old right-hander who was just a 16th round draft pick back in 2000. And he has been a workhorse in the Rays rotation the past 6 seasons. 1-2 coming. Off of Shields' glove, he'll pick it up and bounce one in the dirt, but Pena digs it out. The Rays get an out, Reyes is in scoring position. And here comes Stanton.
Well, there was an opportunity right there for a double play ball. James Shields throwing that cutter to Hanley Ramirez and had a ball. A nice chop right here. Watch the play develop. Got a great opportunity there, but off the glove. And then, thank goodness for Carlos Pena and the scoop right there. That could have been disastrous for the Rays.
Jose Molina out to talk to Shields to show you how much the Marlins have been struggling as Stanton stands in. See the numbers that he's put up this year. Shields was coming off 2 of his worst starts of the season going into his last start against Miami, and he beat him 4-2. He had given up 10 runs combined in his 2 previous starts. Stanton takes a strike.
He was just having a hard time with the big inning. Was not able to limit the damage that we see from, James Shields all of last year coming into this year. Gets himself into trouble, but he's got the pitches to be able to get out of it. Struggled with those 2 starts.
And Stanton looks fooled on a swing on the changeup, and it's 0-2. Sunday's start against Miami, that was also against Anibal Sanchez. Just a run, 6 1/3, and 102 pitches. 0-2. And Stanton takes it down low. The Marlins were the best team in baseball in the month of May, and that man is one of the big reasons why. Stanton had an enormous May. He was the player of the month in the National League.
Now, he hit over 340, had 12 home runs, 30 RBIs. That'll win you some hardware.
He doesn't look comfortable against Shields right now. Diving stop. Rodriguez across the diamond, and it's wide of the bag. Pena knocks it down. Here comes Reyes. He's going to score. And it's 1-0 Miami.
And Jose Reyes coming up limping after that slide in at home plate. But that has been one of the issues that has plagued the Rays this year is their defense. On one hand, a great diving stop by Sean Rodriguez. This ball up and in. Stanton tries to shoot it down the line. What a play there. But then you got to finish it off, and Sean's a little bit wide on the throw. Carlos Pena does his best to keep that ball in front of him. But Jose Reyes, and here's that element of speed, not taking off till the ball's thrown, but once it gets away from Pena, he's able to curl around and give the Marlins an early lead.
It's going to go E5, and here's Logan Morrison. In moving Stanton up, and you can see the trainers are looking at Reyes. From the Marlins' perspective, they're hopeful that that's just a scrape rather than a muscle pull. Here's a look at the slide. He looks fine running until he slides.
Well, that right foot kind of caught right there. Yeah, you see it kind of roll a little bit as it catches into the dirt there near home plate. That dirt very hard down there. Just a tweak.
Morrison swings and misses. Logan Morrison over the last week has seen his bat come to life. A couple of home runs. The Marlins desperate for power, desperate for runs. Just 17 runs in their last 10 ball games, but they have one tonight to open up this game. It's a 1-0 lead.
The other thing that's interesting about this 10-game span that goes back to the last homestand, the first game on this road trip, is the fact that in those 10 ball games, Miami Marlins lead Major League Baseball in stolen bases by 7 over the next closest team. They've only had 1 for 2 in stolen bases in the last 10 games. Another huge part of their offense that has been limited.
1-2 pitch coming to Morrison. Stands at first. Morrison pops it up. Desmond Jennings is there, and he makes the catch. You've noted the Rays defense not all that good this year. They were the best in baseball last year. Desmond Jennings, B.J. Upton, Matt Joyce in the outfield. Sean Rodriguez, Elliot Johnson, Ben Zobrist at second, Carlos Pena at first. One of the catching Molina brothers is here tonight. Jose will be catching James Shields. Joe Madden. See the numbers that Madden has accumulated. This is year number 7 here with the Rays. He had a couple of opportunities with the Angels, just filling in between the suspensions and such. But what he's done here with the Rays has been incredible. Last night they had Joe Madden bobblehead night. They probably should name a street after him after the success. They've been to the postseason 3 of the last 4 years. And before Madden arrived here, this franchise didn't sniff 500.
No, he completely came in, and, you know, along with Stu Sternberg, the owner that came in, and Andrew Friedman and the staff, they just changed the culture. Changed the colors, changed the uniform, changed everything.
Infante, it's a foul tip, and it's held. It's a strike. It's 1-2. With current teams, his mentor on the top of that list, Mike Scioscia, Ron Gardenhire, Charlie Manuel, Jim Leland.
You talk about having your work cut out for you when you came here, too. Like you said, a decade-long streak of awful baseball. Not easy to turn it around, but he's done it.
Infante strikes out. Shields finishes the inning, but the Marlins are on the board. Miami trying to pull out of this nosedive. A 1-0 start in St. Pete tonight. Tonight, brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live Moss. Desmond Jennings in leadoff spot. Matt Joyce kills right-handed pitching this year. B.J. Upton in center. Hideki Matsui still trying to get hot. Ben Zobrist at second. Carlos Pena at first. Elliott Johnson's been a pleasant surprise. Jose Molina hits 8th. And Sean Rodriguez, very good defender, out at third base, hitting 9th. Anibal Sanchez to work. Jennings shortens the bunt. Sanchez throws a strike.
Well, Anibal Sanchez will be making his 13th start of the season. 3-5 record, but that ERA very good at 3.40. Let's take a look at the scouting report on Anibal Sanchez. Half and half. He would like to get back to the first half. First 6 starts of the year, 2 earned runs or less in all 6. He was 2-0 with an ERA of 2.01. Last 6, not so much. 1-5 record.
Hanley Ramirez has had a very nice transition from shortstop to third. He's the third best third baseman in terms of fielding percentage in all of baseball. And this is not an easy play.
Well, he's even with the bag, and you've got to have quick hands. And you see right there, Hanley Ramirez, range not nearly as important at third as it is at short, but having very quick hands is. Nice play right there. Out number 1.
Here's Matt Joyce. Joe Madden told us before the ball game he had Joyce in the number 2 spot because he wants to get him as many at-bats in this ball game with a right-handed starter out there. And his numbers against right-handed starters have been quite good this year. They've been quite good all season long. He's been one of the reasons the Rays have been able to hang around in this thing without Evan Longoria.
Well, Joe Maddon, much like Ozzie Guillen right now, always searching for more offense. So whatever he has to do, move Matt Joyce. And Matt Joyce moving up into the number 2 hole. I think this is his 2nd game hitting in that spot this year. He is hitting every spot in the lineup, 2 through 9.
Here's the 1-1. Well, the Rays clubhouse is a fun place to begin with. It's for a guy like Joyce is always a surprise when he shows up to see where he's hitting. For some guys, it's where they're playing.
A lot of times that's the news of the day.
Here's the 1-2. And Sanchez misses away.
Joe Maddon, it's always, and I think even with Ozzie Guillen, the idea is to put players in the best possible position for them to succeed. And so that changes from day to day at times with Joe.
Count full at 3-2. We're just underway. Miami has a run. Ozzie Guillen's ball club having a miserable June. Sanchez puts away Joyce with a good off-speed pitch. Marlins defensively trying to get a bat in there. Greg Dobbs is in left. Scott Cousins gets a start in center. Giancarlo Stanton in right. Hanley Ramirez, Jose Reyes, Omar Infante, Gabby Sanchez, John Buck behind the plate, and Anibal Sanchez getting ready to face B.J. Upton. And Upton shoots one into the seats. It's 0-1. Upton 0 for 4 last night with 3 strikeouts. One of the few Rays that didn't have a hit. And didn't have a good time last night in an 11-0 one-hitter. Matt Moore, a couple of relievers.
Matt Moore last night looked more like the Matt Moore that Rays fans got to see at the end of last year. He can be absolutely dominant. When his fastball command is on the money, he is tough to beat.
Burke Badenhop, Brandon Gomes, the 2 relievers who doubled up after Moore's 7 innings.
But he gave up a hit actually to Hanley Ramirez, his fill-in, Donovan Solano, a hit in the 1st inning, and that was it.
1-2 pitch just missed outside. So it was a one-hitter last night. You see Hideki Matsui on deck. Miami already with a run and already with a hit. So feeling pretty good about themselves in this month of June. And for Sanchez, runs in support have been hard to come by. It was a good fastball. And he strikes out Upton. A 1-2-3 inning for Sanchez. On to the 2nd. 1-0 Miami. Budweiser is sponsored by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Marlins a 1-0 lead against the Rays into the top of the second. Time now. Brian Anderson's been working all day long on the forward keys to the game.
Well, for the Marlins, easy. Somebody, anybody, please step up. Pitching, hitting, it has not gone well the last 10 games. So far, good start. Jose Reyes gets him started off with a base hit, comes around to score. Anibal Sanchez, 3 up, 3 down first. And for the Rays, stay the course. The last 8 games against this Marlins team, they've won all 8, outscored them 51-13 along the way.
Greg Dobbs now goes after the first pitch, hits it in the air to left field. Desmond Jennings is there, and he makes the catch. This is the part of the order that the Marlins have been trying to jumpstart all season long. Gabby Sanchez, an all-star last year, was sent down to AAA to try to iron out his swing. He returned about a week ago. For the Marlins in May, when they were the best team in baseball record-wise, 1 through 4 was going great guns. And what's happened in June is that 1 through 4 has slowed down, and 5 through 8, or in this game with the DH 5 through 9, has still struggled.
Well, you look at, if you just go from 6 through 9, a batting average of just over.
A drive to right. Joyce is there and he makes the catch. No, he dropped it. It trickles out of his glove, and Sanchez around first will hold there.
Well, not really sure how that happened. Matt Joyce had a beat on that ball. I mean, that was right up around shoulder high. He's looking it right in. Was not able to secure the catch. Let's see, that ball goes, didn't really make it in. Hit the top of the glove, down where the pinky is, where that glove flipped over, and that little bit rattled it right out.
So right now, 2 errors already on the Tampa Bay Rays. They've made 56 errors already this season. Last year, they made only 73, lowest in all of baseball. And here's Scott Cousins, the latest addition to this ball club. Cousins just called up from AAA New Orleans. Spent most of last year on the disabled list with a back injury. He swings and misses. It's 0-1.
And I think for the Rays, this has started to become a mental deal, because a lot of the errors that you're seeing, not so much on the play with Sean Rodriguez, because you got to rush to your feet, make a high intensity, high leverage type of throw under duress, but the dropped fly ball there or line drive by Matt Joyce, we've seen.
Cousins rips one in the right field corner. It's a fair ball, and it bounces up over the wall and out of play. It's a ground rule double. Gabby Sanchez will stop at third. Cousins pulls in at second base.
Ozzie Guillen hoping that maybe Scott Cousins is part of the solution. This Marlins lineup, that was a cutter that just didn't get all the way in. Cousins does a nice job of pulling those hands through quickly. He gets the barrel to the baseball, keeps it fair. Marlins are in business here, second and third, just 1 out.
Cousins was red hot in New Orleans. He was still easing himself back into playing shape with that back injury to start the season. And he has come on strong, and that's why he earned a promotion to the big club. Now, here's the spot where the Marlins have struggled the most, and that is runners in scoring position. John Buck climbs in, and he's got a pair out there. Cousins at second, Gabby Sanchez at third base, and the Rays infield has crept in. Buck hits a slow roller to third. Rodriguez has it, fires across in time.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better result if you were James Shields. Early swing there by John Buck. Sean Rodriguez makes the throw, and now just 1 out from getting out of this little jam.
The Marlins, and this number is just mind-boggling, are 8 for their last 66 with runners in scoring position.
Boy, if you're not hitting with runners in scoring position, you're not stealing bags and applying pressure to the defense, it's no wonder.
Reyes takes outside. Now, Reyes singled in the first. There was some concern from the Marlins dugout. You saw on that slide to the plate, he did tweak his ankle a bit, but he went out to short. He doesn't show any signs of a limp. And he takes a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Reyes has very gradually moved his average up. That's overall on the season. As Ozzie Guillen will tell you, that's been magnified over these last 10 games.
And Jose Reyes, too, one of those hitters that when he's hitting the ball up the middle the other way, you know that he is locked in, which is exactly what he did in his first at-bat. And that's why James Shields here, especially now being down in the count 2-1, needs to make some high-quality pitches.
Count 2-1.
I mean, when you talk, too, about the struggles at the bottom half of the Marlins order, so hard to piece together ball games and put together a big inning. You're not always hitting 1 through 4 and hoping that they all get it done at once before you get to the bottom that has been struggling. Very, very difficult to build any kind of consistency.
Shields ready. The 2-1 pitch to Reyes. Liner up the middle. Into center field. That's a base hit. Sanchez will score. Cousins will score. The approach you talked about, go back up the middle. That's something that Eduardo Perez, the Marlins hitting coach, spent the entire month of May with Reyes on, and it has paid off.
Well, here it is. Jose Reyes doesn't do too much with his hands, nothing fancy. Hit the ball where it's pitched, go back up the middle the other way. He does it to get on in the first inning, comes around to score, does it right there to drive in 2.
National League batting champion last year, and maybe we'll get a chance to see how healthy that ankle is now, though Shields not easy to run on. Handing Ramirez up with 2 outs. If you're just joining us, Miami has 3 runs, and that is breaking news. Reyes away from first. Hanley hits a high fly ball, deep left field. Back goes Jennings at the wall and makes the catch. Two unearned runs for the Marlins. But the way they've been going, they'll take them. 3-0. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Rich Waltz along with Brian Anderson in St. Pete. And that has been the address for Hideki Matsui the last month or so. Matsui finally latching on with the ball club. The Rays hopeful that his bat will perk up. Joe Madden telling us that his at-bats are much better than his 175 batting average. Now, a lot of hitters will tell you that, but when it comes from a manager, then You got to believe it. Matsui does have a couple of homers, 40 at bats, 7 hits. Sanchez has fallen behind 2-0. Sanchez had a nice tidy 1-2-3 first. He's got Ben Zobrist on deck, Carlos Pena to follow.
Well, that's what Sanchez needs to continue to do, especially after your offense has handed you this 3-run lead in the bottom of the second inning. Fill up that strike zone.
And that's not something Sanchez gets a lot of, runs.
No, he doesn't. I mean, worst run support in Major League Baseball is coming into this start. 79 and a third innings of work. Marlins have only scored him 18 runs of support during that time frame. So this is an explosion.
Yeah, 3 runs is a big night. 3-2 coming. Got him. Good changeup. Let's go to Matt Vasgersian for a DirecTV game break.
Rich and Brian, Reds and Mets. Jay Bruce is hot. 5th consecutive game with an RBI. He's homered in 2 in a row. Reds trying to win their 5th straight, on top early in Flushing. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Back to Rich and Brian.
Thank you, Matt. Here in St. Pete tonight, Miami has a 3-0 lead and a challenge for the Marlins to keep this guy in the yard, Ben Zobrist.
Well, Ben Zobrist was... The Rays were up in New York. His batting average had dipped below 200. It was at 199. He started extensive work with Derek Shelton, trying to speed up his hands, get his body out of the way, and just get quicker with his stroke. Well, the next thing you know, he gets a hit in the last game against the New York Yankees, comes into Miami against the Marlins, and went off. Hasn't stopped since.
Which is a great sign for the Rays. Up the middle, Reyes behind the bag. Makes the play. And there are 2 outs.
Now, when we talk about Anibal Sanchez filling up that strike zone, and that was part of the scouting report on him that we didn't get a chance to get to, but his stuff plays well when he's pitching ahead. A lot of, that's true for a lot of pitchers, but especially for Sanchez. And what the Rays like to do is they're a patient group. They like to take their walks. They like to see a lot of pitches. They like to work at bats. So if you put them on the defensive right away, you take them out of their comfort zone, you take them out of their game plan, and you have a better chance of success.
And you've got one of the most patient hitters in all of baseball, a man who walked 4 times last night, Carlos Pena. And he takes a strike.
I think last night total he saw 28 pitches. And he swung the bat 4 times. I mean, it was like there was a force field around that strike zone. They weren't even close, and he was more than happy to head down to first and come around to score.
He's one of those guys where you check the batting average and then remind yourself it doesn't matter all that much. You look to his on-base percentage. The first American League player since Cliff Floyd did it as a Ray, with 4 walks and 4 runs. Here's the 1-1. Cliff Floyd, a former Ray and a former Marlin.
Well, that is the style that Tampa likes to employ. I mean, work your way on base, however you have to do that. Work at bats, seed pitches. Don't be afraid to hit with 2 strikes. A lot easier said than done.
And Pena, one of only 3 players right now with more walks than hits. 48 walks, 44 hits. Elliott Johnson, Tampa Bay shortstop, on deck. Anibal Sanchez, the 2-2. A changeup, when he can locate the changeup off the fastball, which has great movement. There are nights where Anibal Sanchez comes out, and after 3 or 4 innings, people look around and say, this guy has no-hit stuff. And he's a guy that has a no-hitter and has thrown 3 one-hitters in his career. And that's a gorgeous pitch. Another off-speed. Looked like a cut fastball for strike 3 called. Back to St. Pete after a word from your local Fox station. Night in America, presented by Budweiser. In St. Pete tonight, Rich Waltz along with Brian Anderson, 3-0. Miami on top of Tampa Bay. James Shields, who has dominated the Marlins, 2 complete game wins last year, and a win just 5 days ago in Miami, finds himself down 3-0. Giancarlo Stanton at the plate, and Stanton takes a fastball right down the middle.
Well, the important thing for James Shields is to keep his head about him right now. A couple of errors have cost him a few runs. He finds himself down early. You just gotta keep pushing through. Can't get frustrated. Put those innings behind you. You go out there thinking about some unfortunate happenings out on the field, and you can find yourself in a hole in a hurry. So, one pitch, one spot.
0-2. That one hooked foul. To your point, 12 unearned runs this year given up by Shields. That's the most in baseball.
Yeah, and I think he's had to find himself bouncing back more times than anybody else in baseball. Not an easy thing to do, but you've just got to stay focused. Realize that's in the past. Move forward.
Stanton takes outside. Wandy Rodriguez, Lucas Harrell, and Clayton Richard. You see Shields leads by a pretty good margin there. 1-2 coming.
Yeah, I don't think Houston and San Diego nearly in the same place that the Rays are as far as the standings go.
That's it. The Rays and the Marlins play both in hyper competitive divisions right now. NL East, AL East. Stanton a chopper to short, which means when you take a dive, it'll hurt you. And the Marlins have just been on a roller coaster of a season this year. It started in April. The Marlins went 8-14. They weren't scoring a whole lot of runs. Calendar turned to May, the best in baseball, 21-8. Now they won 2 of 3 in Philadelphia to start June, but right now it is 3-10, and that's the worst June in baseball.
And what's amazing there is the pitching had been pretty consistent all the way through. Obviously in May the offense came to life. However, outside of those first 3 games in Philadelphia, pitching and hitting has taken a nosedive.
Logan Morrison takes a strike, and what's frustrating certainly to the Marlins is before they dropped 9 of 10, the run they're on right now, they were tied for first with the Washington Nationals. They had just swept the Nationals. They had just taken 2 of 3 in Philadelphia. And it cost them 7 games in the standings. The Rays in a similar spot when they all of a sudden scuffled a bit. They dropped to 3rd place. They lost 3 straight and dropped 2 spots in the division. They went from 1st to 3rd. Because the Yankees have been so hot.
Yes, the Yankees have been red hot. While they were actually up in New York before they went to Miami last weekend, the Rays went from 1st to 3rd by losing a game. Everything was so bunched up, so we had the Mets come in here and take care of the Rays 3 straight. Haven't had a whole lot of opportunities to get to see the Mets play, but I'll tell you what, the 3 games they came into this ballpark, they were something else, playing great baseball. And you can see, you start to see these NL East teams, AL East teams, and you realize you just have to bring it every single night.
1-2 pitch. Morrison pulls a ground ball foul. Well, this ballpark has seen a pair of one-hitters in the last, 3 games. R.A. Dickey for the Mets, and last night the combined one-hitter by the Rays. One-two to Morrison. Pop up. And Jennings with a sliding catch. And a nice play for the second out. Let's go to Matt Vasgersian for another DirecTV game break. Matt?
Hey, Rich, the most home runs by a shortstop this season, Jed Lowry, whose 13th of the year came in the top of the first in Arlington against Justin Grimm, making his major league debut. Astros on top early. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Back to Rich and Brian.
Maddie and Brian, I dig those throwback Astro uniforms.
Yes.
Those are the Jose Cruz, Mike Scott.
I concur.
It's a good look for a night. Omar Infante takes a breaking ball in. Omar Infante had a terrific first 2 months of the season. He was in the top 10 in slugging percentage in the National League for much of that time, but he has cooled off in these last 2 weeks. He was the Marlins' most consistent hitter in April and most of May.
Yeah, and it makes sense because Omar Infante is one of those hitters that has a great approach, a good idea of what he wants to do when he goes up there, a game plan, very rarely deviates from it, and has that up the middle, other way approach.
High pop, Jennings. This the easy catch. The tough one was in foul territory. Miami on top of Tampa Bay, 3-0. Bottom of the third in St. Pete, 3-0. Miami on top. Anibal Sanchez has been outstanding. Elliott Johnson, Jose Molina, Sean Rodriguez for the Rays, and Mark Burley of the Marlins joins us now, the brave soul who volunteered. Burles, thanks for joining us. How are you?
I wouldn't say I volunteered for this.
Shortest straw?
Yeah, I'm usually the one wearing guys out and see what the payback is.
Tell us about this roller coaster of a season that you guys have been on. I mean, a slow start in April, the best team in baseball in May, and just an awful June so far. What's that been like?
Well, I think every team's going to go through struggles through the course of a year. You know, best team, worst team in baseball, you're going to go through a stretch where you're going to win a bunch of games, you're going to lose a bunch of games. So just got to go out there and come to the park every day ready to play. No matter what happened the day before, if you're winning 9 in a row, and you still got to come to the park ready to play. So these guys are coming prepared, and we're coming out to try to win every game we can. And sometimes it's not going to happen.
2-2 pitch, lined into right field. Stanton over in the corner, slides after and misses the ball. And Elliott Johnson races around second and pulls in to third base.
Well, a do-or-die slide there by Giancarlo Stanton. That was going to be a tough play no matter what. He slides to try to keep Elliott Johnson at second base. A little stumble coming out of the box, but Elliott runs very, very well. And Giancarlo with the slide there, once it gets by him, it's going to be easy into third for Elliott.
And so now the Rays have a runner at third, and all they have to do is put the ball in play here. We got Jose Molina up. Johnson with a triple. Molina, Sean Rodriguez, and then Desmond Jennings. And the fastball misses outside. Now, Mark Burley, you've been around Ozzie Guillen, certainly playing in Chicago. What's he been like during this stretch, and is it the same Ozzie that you saw with the White Sox?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's, again, he knows that you're going to go through good stretches and bad stretches. You're going to have good pitching, you're going to have bad hitting. You're going to, I mean, it's a long season. I mean, that's why we go out there and play these games. So he's been the same. He's had a meeting the other day. Just, you know, obviously we're losing a bunch of games right now, and just said, hey, let's go out there and have fun. If we're trying and we're having fun and we lose games, it's going to happen. Let's at least have fun. You know, last couple games we've been down. Everybody's kind of struggling, and no one's having fun. So he said, let's at least have fun and go out there and try to play the game and try to win.
Infield is back, the 1-1. It just missed.
Well, Mark, for you, 12 seasons with the White Sox in the American League. You come over to the National League. What has been the big difference that you've seen getting acclimated to the new league?
I mean, it took a little bit to get used to these guys. Obviously, being in one league and you know, same team for so long. You know, coming into spring training, trying to get to know everybody. Clubhouse guys. I mean, minor league coaches. Pretty much everybody from the bottom to the top. You had to get used to, you know, get used to knowing. So that was the biggest change for me. But once I got here, you know, first couple weeks and got to know everybody, you know, I felt like this is home, and these guys are great. I love pitching in the National League. Getting that pitcher every once in a while instead of the DH, that definitely helps.
Up the middle, Infante. And the Rays have a run. Jose Molina with a rare infield hit. And it's a 3-1 ball game.
Well, I was just going to say, this is about the only way you're going to be able to do that. That ball up the middle. Omar Infante, a nice job of getting to it, but absolutely no play. Elliott Johnson comes home, and the Rays cut the lead to 3-1.
And here comes Sean Rodriguez. Mark, the staff that you're on right now, you're one of only 2 starting fives who have made all the starts this year. Very durable, and through most of the year, very dependable. Talk about some of the other starters you've got. It's your really your first chance to see them up close.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think any team coming into, you know, spring training into the season, health is the biggest issue. And JJ was the #1 guy coming out. You know, obviously coming off injury. Being your horse, you kind of need him to be healthy and go out there and make all the starts, and he's done that so far. And it seems like he just keeps climbing and getting better each start. So, you know, Zambrano's run into a couple tough starts lately, but I think 1 through 5 we're as deep as everybody. We got to go out there and just try to go deep in the games and give our bullpen a break.
The Reds, the only other team that has used just 5 starting pitchers. Molina's at first. A run is across. It's 3-1 Miami. Rodriguez drops down a bunt, and Sanchez throws him out. Now, we saw a one-hitter last night. We've been talking about no-hitters with Anibal Sanchez, who has thrown 1 and 3 one-hitters. Mark, take us back to that ball game against the Rays, July 20th, 2009. Dwayne Wise making that terrific catch, and then Jason Bartlett bouncing out for that final out of your perfect game.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, that was a great game. Still go back to that pitch I made on Kapler, the Wise catch. I said I could throw that every time, and guy should ground out. And then the last out of the game to Bartlett, that was a hanging changeup, and he ground out to short. So it just shows you that kind of how crazy this game is. You make a good pitch, and you know, the guy shouldn't hit it that good, and he ends up hitting it well. And obviously Wise makes an unbelievable catch out there. And then the last out of the game, I threw a hanging changeup, and he grounds out to short. So this game can be frustrating. It can be exciting at times. So you just got to, I mean, I think I'm good at that. Just kind of keeping everything even keel and good times and bad times, just try to go out there every start and try to do your job.
There have been 14 no-hitters thrown since 2010. There's a lot of theories as to why. 5 this year, the combined by Seattle, and then Philip Humber's perfect game, Jared Weaver, Johan Santana, Matt Cain's perfect game. Any theories from you?
I have no idea. It seems like there's been, 22 perfect games in the history, and 5 or 6 of them has been the last couple years. I don't know. There's nothing to point to, but I mean, I think it's just one of those days that you're going to have a good day, and everything's got to fall. You got to have luck on your side. If you see balls that land just fair, just foul, you got to have everything going your way that day.
Breaking ball misses outside. You also have a no-hitter as well as the perfect game, and that puts you in some pretty nice company. Sandy Koufax, Cy Young, Randy Johnson, Jim Bunning. Mark Burley's in that list. That's pretty cool stuff.
That's it's a name that probably shouldn't be in there, especially for how I throw, and obviously being a contact pitcher, I'm not going to strike out a lot of guys.
Fastball misses outside. Sanchez loses Desmond Jennings, and here comes Matt Joyce.
Mark, you're known around baseball for your quick tempo and rhythm on the mound. What are your thoughts behind that, and why work so quickly?
I don't know. I mean, I've always just got on the mound and got the ball and thrown. I don't really see a reason to walk off the mound, take your time. I just get the sign and go. That's what kind of bothers me sometimes on Fox and ESPN games. They make the innings in between innings a little bit longer than most games, and they're trying to talk, speeding up the game of baseball. And here, national television, they try to slow us down. So it's kind of confusing to me. But just get the ball and throw, get your sign and go. I mean, there's times that before the catcher's even putting down the sign, I'm starting to go because I can kind of tell what he's going to call. But I don't know. I've always worked quick, and obviously your defense likes it, and they want to get back in the dugout and try to hit.
Have any young pitchers asked you about that?
I mean, guys will talk about it, how I do it, or what's your theory behind it. But I don't really have a theory. That's just the way I've worked. As you can probably tell, I like to talk quick. I like to do everything quick. I just want to get in, get done, and get back in the dugout.
That's why we invited you on. We were hoping for a 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I was hoping this was the quickest inning that Anibal's ever had in his life, and it ain't turning out that way.
Well, we'll cease the shower of sunflower seeds. I know you're usually the guy throwing the stuff, so you had to take it this time. You wore it, so to speak. But thanks for the visit.
No problem, guys. Thank you.
All right, Mark Burley, Marlins starting pitcher. Reyes have seen an awful lot of him as a member of the Chicago White Sox. Meanwhile, Matt Joyce is sitting on a 1-1 pitch. And Anibal Sanchez, who was outstanding in the first 2 innings, is laboring here in the 3rd.
Well, the command has started to elude him. That's something that this Rays lineup will feast off of. They've already played at 1 run, and here with 1 out, another couple of base runners, and Matt Joyce with a count in his favor at 2-1.
It was a Joyce home run that was the downfall of Sanchez when these two met last week. And Sanchez misses away 3-1.
And you can see these last couple of pitches by Sanchez really starting to not aim the ball, but he's being very careful here with Matt Joyce. Obviously a guy that just hit a home run off you not too long ago. That plays in your mind, and in a 2-1 count, you see him trying to get the change up there. That ball down and away.
3-1. Smacked and caught. Gabby Sanchez steps on the bag, and the Marlins get fortunate. Joyce hit it on the button. An inning that featured a run and a lot of seeds. 3-1 Miami. is sponsored by the makers of Bayer Advanced Aspirin, the official pain reliever of Major League Baseball, and by Jaguar. See the new model year lineup at your local Jaguar retailer. In St. Petersburg, with one out, Matt Joyce hits a rocket, and the Marlins get a break. Gabby Sanchez there to spirit and step on the bag.
Boy, that could have been a huge opportunity for the Rays. A 3-1 count. That ball gets down into the corner. But instead, inning over, and Greg Dobbs here to lead off in the fourth.
Greg Dobbs, Gabby Sanchez, Scott Cousins. Dobbs has been the least of the Marlins' problems in these last 10 games. Dobbs has been the Marlins' best hitter with runners in scoring position, their best situational hitter this year. Terrific off the bench. Fastball for a strike.
It was a very nice job against right-handed pitching. And you can see, too, as he stands in there, very quiet at the plate, not a lot of unnecessary movement.
Dobbs to right field, and he pulled it foul. And it's 1-2. And with the Marlins being here in St. Petersburg and then heading up to Fenway Park for 3 with Boston, Dobbs will get more at bats, a chance to move someone into the DH role. Tonight, Logan Morrison DHing, and Dobbs is playing left. Dobbs off of Shields' glove. Zobrist goes to first in time to get the first out of the fourth inning. Let's go to Matt Vasgersian in the MLB Network studios for a game break.
Rich, Red Sox and Cubs. Jared Saltalamacchia has started the day 1 for his last 22. That didn't stop Bobby Valentine from batting in cleanup tonight. His 12th of the year makes it 2-0 Boston. And might I say, Rich and Brian, despite each of you working for different teams and the obvious animosity that you feel for one another, I think you've been a very pleasant listen, and I'm glad you've put your differences behind you tonight.
Man, it took all week. Therapy.
It did.
Counseling. Almost came to blows before the ball game, but we've
right out in the hallway.
We've made peace.
Yep. You know what? It's about being a professional at the end of the day.
That's right.
About being a professional.
Here's the 1-0. Gabby Sanchez pulls that one up into the seats. Well, you get a chance to see the Rays on a nightly basis. I've been watching the Marlins all year, and it's been a roller coaster for the Marlins. For the Rays, I think it's been an incredible run, considering they're without one of the best players in the game, Evan Longoria.
No question about it. Evan Longoria goes down with a hamstring injury. Not a player that you're going to replace. You try to piecemeal over there at third base and do what you can to, patchwork offensively and defensively until he's able to come back. But at the same time that he was out, Desmond Jennings was out. Just a plethora of injuries on the Rays side, but obviously Evan Longoria being the main one. Rays hoping that he can come back here in the next week or so. Maybe being optimistic, but that's what they're hoping for.
I think the Marlins, to some extent, and he's not as big a name as Longoria, miss Emilio Bonifacio. Bonifacio was the league leader in stolen bases when he went out with a torn ligament in his thumb. And the Marlins are hopeful that he's back close to the All-Star break. Speaking of the All-Star break, this July, don't miss the biggest event of the summer. Baseball's greatest stars battle for home field advantage in the Fall Classic. The road to the World Series begins with the 2012 Major League Baseball All-Star Game, Tuesday, July 10th, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on Fox. And we've got a Twitter poll tonight. David Price, starting pitcher in the All-Star Game in 2012. Yes. Hashtag Price yes. Hashtag Price no. There are some other candidates in the American League, but certainly Price would be a great choice. Scott Cousins takes a changeup down low. David Price will join us. We'll see if he gets as many seeds as Mark Burley did. Cousins had a big double early in the ball game, and he fouls that one off. Here are some of the other candidates along with Price for that American League nod.
deserving candidates up and down. Justin Verlander, what he did last year, MVP. Very good ERA. Chris Sale came in against the Rays earlier this season, struck out 15 in just a little over 7 innings of work, and then C.J. Wilson off to another great start. That ERA 2.30.
Gabby Sanchez at first. Cousins, a ground ball into right field, and Scott Cousins, getting his first start of the season, is 2 for 2 for the Marlins, and that's got to feel good for a guy that went through an awful lot last year. Not only the back injury that kept him out for 3.5 months, but the whole controversy surrounding the collision with Buster Posey. Cousins handled himself so well in that situation, and he finds himself back in the big leagues. He had a pinch hitting appearance last night, but his first start, and he's 2 for 2.
Yeah, somewhat of a pariah last year after that incident with Buster Posey at home plate, but you're right, comes back up. This team in dire need of offense, chipping in already and able to get that ground ball outside of the reach of Ben Zobrist. And the Marlins with another opportunity here. 2 men on, 1 out.
John Buck at the plate. And Buck takes down low. It's been a real struggle for Buck this year. All you have to do is look at the batting average, and it's in the paper every day. It's up on the scoreboard when you step in the box. Buck's average has dipped below the 160 mark. Buck was an all-star a couple seasons removed as a Toronto Blue Jay, and he swings and misses.
Well, and I think that's part of the problem right there from John Buck. Obviously, in a 1-0 count, you can afford to be aggressive, but that was a 90-mile-an-hour cutter, and that swing was very long and very slow. And when you have a swing like that, it's just so easy to exploit. You can pound with a fastball in, you can change speeds, and that's where it's going to be difficult for John Buck to almost tweak that swing. You see how he had to reach and how long that swing got. You'd like to have short, quick hands. Watch as this ball bottoms out. Look how long that swing is. That is an easy swing to pitch to if you're able to execute.
Buck came to the plate with runners at second and third and 1 out and bounced to third. Marlins didn't get the runs there, but Jose Reyes, a 2-run single, got them both home. That was in the second. 1-2 coming. And down he goes.
Now this is where it gets difficult. Again, James Shields recognizing the previous swing, goes right back to the changeup and gets just about the same swing. You get 2 strikes out, runners on base. You go for that strikeout or the bad contact to maybe get the ground ball double play. There he picks up the strikeout.
So as it happened in the second, now it's up to Reyes, who punched a single up the middle to drive in 2. Reyes also singled and scored in the first. All 3 Marlin runs unearned.
And this is where James Shields really needs to mix up his pattern, use both sides of the plate, try to make Jose Reyes uncomfortable, and not just sit there, hang out over the plate, and shoot the ball back up the middle.
Molina set up off the plate, and Shields hit his glove. It counts 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, that's what Jose Molina tries to do also, is move to the extremes, especially when the count is in the pitcher's favor. Try to buy his pitchers that little bit of extra plate, get a strike maybe that's off the plate. He does a nice job of framing pitches, keeping a stiff wrist.
He comes with the heritage as a catching Molina brother. The 2-1. Reyes pulls a ground ball. It's a fair ball. Pena has it, throws, and Shields is there in time. And the Rays finally get Reyes out. The Marlins lead 2. David Price joins us when we get back. It's 3-1 Miami. Bottom of the fourth in St. Pete. Miami a 3-1 lead. Anibal Sanchez to B.J. Upton. Breaking ball misses down low. Now remember, we got a Twitter poll going on. Should David Price be the starter for the American League in the All-Star game? Being the subject of a Twitter poll is quite an honor. And he joins us now. Maybe starting the 2010 All-Star game a little higher than the subject of a Twitter poll?
Absolutely. Starting that 2010 All-Star game was good for me. You know, it was fun for my family to come out there, and after my nephew came out and visited me for that All-Star game, and he asked me whenever we left if we could come back there and do that every year. So I told him I would do my best, and we've done a good job thus far.
As we take a look back to 2010, starting that All-Star game in Anaheim, what has that start meant to your career from that point forward?
Just being able to have that early success in that year, it made me feel like I belonged at this level, and not only belonged, but I could be very successful at this level. And that was something that was good for my confidence at that time, and it helped me, get past the growing pains of the 2009, and it helped me learn how to be successful at this level.
Now, David, last year your numbers not where they were in 2010. However, you yourself feel like you threw the ball better than you did in 2010. Now, fast forward this year. And where do you think you are in relation to last year as far as the maturation process?
I do. I feel like I've gotten better. And the 5, 6, 7 starts that I had there in a row when I was throwing the ball very, very well. I felt like I could throw my fastball at any part of the plate, and I could do that pretty consistently. And that's whenever you're pitching at this level, if you have command of one pitch, it needs to be that fastball. And that's what I had early on, and that's something you have to have from start to start.
David, the measure of a very good team is that when one of their stars goes down, they hold the line. And you guys have been able to do that without Evan Longoria. How have you done it?
We've had guys step in and step up. That's what we've done ever since I've been here. I feel like every year I've been here, we've had somebody go down, and somebody has been able to come up from AAA or play a different position here in the big leagues, and they've been very successful, and they've pitched in. You're not going to be able to fill a guy like Evan Longoria's shoes because he is so vital to our team. But everybody that's stepped in this year and played some third base or played left field whenever Desmond was hurt, they've done extremely well, and that's why we still have success.
You see the numbers with and without Evan Longoria. The Rays are hopeful that sometime next week, after being reevaluated from his minor league rehab stint, that Longoria will be ready to go. But the Rays right now just 2.5 games out, and we talked about the hyper-competitive American League East, just like the Marlins in the National League East. And for the Rays to hang in there without him has been admirable. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And it sails outside. Ben Zobrist bounced to short back in the second. David Price working at a Burley-like pace here in his interview. Already with 2 outs. We had Mark Burley on about an inning ago, and the inning outlasted Burley. He said, "Look, I don't work past 6-8 minutes. I'm out of here."
Well, we scored runs whenever Burley was on the mic, so you could get him back out there for the fifth.
Hey, David, with the staff down there, we know you talk about the hyper-competitive NL East, American League East. What about that pitching staff?
Our pitching staff?
As for, the Rays pitching staff and how competitive you guys are with each other. How much, goes into that start to start, everybody wanting to hand the baton and not be the weak link?
Yeah, that's been the way it's been here in Tampa ever since I've been a part of this team. It has been a very, very, very competitive starting pitching staff, and it's something that we kind of take pride about. If somebody goes out there and throws a good game, everybody is absolutely pumped for that person, but when that next starter goes out there that next day, they want to throw better, and that's something we've been able to do. And whenever you can get guys trying to outdo guys night in and night out, that's when you can kind of get something rolling.
I read a quote from Joe Madden that he has told every young pitcher that has come through your organization over the last 3-4 years that when they get to the big leagues, he points to James Shields and says, "Follow him around and do what he does." Is that true?
That's absolutely true. I mean, that guy, he's one of the first guys at the ballpark, whether he's pitching or whether he's, just getting his work in between starts. And he busts his tail, man. He's a pleasure to watch. He's a pleasure to be around. He's always got a smile on his face, and he works extremely hard.
Now, Brian Anderson's been telling me you have a lot of different skills other than pitching. One is dismantling baseballs. What was that all about?
Well, we wanted to see how long that yarn was on a baseball, and I was going to put that question on Twitter, but I figured people would just Google it as opposed to guessing, and I'm sure you can find that answer on Google somewhere. So we're going to try and figure out how much the twine is and not the string, so I guess the thick yarn, and we're going to measure that out. We tried to do it today, and it was kind of all knotted up. So
now that's a mess. We're looking at the video right now.
We have fun. You know, it was the rubber ball got bounced into the trash can, so I lost that. I wanted to hit that before BP today, and I didn't get to do that. So I'll probably dismantle another one here in a couple innings.
Carlos Pena fouls it back.
I doubt that there's going to be enough room in this building to be able to lay out that twine. Might have to run that down 4th Street South.
We can do that.
2-1 the count, 2 outs. Bottom of the 4th, 3-1 Miami on top. You see Ben Zobrist at first. Pena waiting on this Anibal Sanchez pitch. And he fouls it off. Now, we said that David is the subject of the Twitter poll tonight. Should he start the American League side of the All-Star game? And right now, it's pretty close. 48% have said yes. 52% have said no. There have been a lot of tweets coming from the Chicago area.
I would vote for Chris Sale, to be honest.
That's where I was going.
I mean, the way that guy's thrown the ball this year has been very impressive. And this is his first year starting in the big leagues, and for what he's been able to do. I know your first time through, everybody says it's a lot easier, but whenever guys can get film on you. But the way he throws the ball from that arm angle, I feel like he's going to have continued success as long as he can stay healthy.
All right, no tweeting from the dugout, though. You have to wait until the game is over. No electronic.
Yeah, I don't want to get fined.
No, that is a fine. 2-2 coming. Little tapper back to the mound. David Price, thanks for the visit and continued success this year. Let's hope you make that All-Star team, and hopefully we'll see you start it.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate it.
Pavey, Ozzie Guillen, Joe Madden. There's a lot of respect between these two managers. A lot of games between Guillen's White Sox and Joe Madden's Rays. Guillen in the National League now, his first year as the skipper of the Marlins. Hanley Ramirez is up. One of the tweaks that Guillen made to his lineup tonight is moving this man into the 2 spot. Behind Jose Reyes, the Marlins have 3 runs going to the top of the 5th inning. Giancarlo Stanton, Logan Morrison against James Shields. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Ramirez has bounced out and then hit a deep fly ball to the warning track and left in the 2nd. High breaking ball and a roller to third. Rodriguez's throw. Ramirez runs well and he beats it out. An infield hit.
Well, this was a breaking ball by James Shields that stayed up. Hanley Ramirez dribbles it out, and right there, Sean Rodriguez not able to come up with it cleanly. And that little bobble is what cost him. Hanley Ramirez smelling hit out of the box. Good hustle up the line. Shields right back to the stretch and frustrated.
He's got Giancarlo Stanton to deal with Ramirez at first base. Stanton is 0 for 2. He reached on an error, bounced to short, and he's been fed a steady diet of off-speed pitches from Shields so far tonight.
And expect that to continue until an adjustment is made by Giancarlo. Shields, he's not afraid to throw that changeup 4 or 5 straight times.
A rare fastball. He throws more changeups percentage-wise than anybody in the American League. And the only other guy that throws more changeups than Shields is in the building. We already spoke with him, and that's Mark Burley.
And Mark Burley, I talked about, he works fast, changeup. He'll cut the ball, sink it. Has a great idea what he's doing out there. But yeah, James Shields has a swing and miss type changeup. You know, some changeups are designed to just miss the barrel of the bat to get weak contact. James Shields' changeup is a swing and miss type. He can go to it when he wants a strikeout. Tremendous depth.
We talked about Price starting the 2010 All-Star game. Shields was an All-Star last year. In fact, he was 3rd in the Cy Young voting. There's Logan Morrison on deck.
What he was able to accomplish last year was historic on so many levels. I mean, career highs in wins, innings pitched, complete games, strikeouts, ERA, you name it.
1-2 pitch. He's pot fouling out of play. Well, 11 complete games. He had more complete games than most major league teams had.
Well, and he did that by a very simple approach, and he went out and pounded the zone early and then would put you away as quick as possible and move on to the next guy. He was able to be very efficient with his pitches, just averaged just less than 14 and a half pitches an inning in almost 250 innings. Pretty incredible.
Which begs the question, why no complete games this year?
Well, I think for me, James Shields, where last year we talk about zone, boom, boom, get ahead of you and put you away. This year there's been more use of the cutter, tried to backdoor that pitch a little bit more of the curveball, the changeup. His mix is a little different, and I think it's cost him some efficiency. You know, this year he's averaging, Giancarlo just able to foul that pitch off and stay alive. This year he's averaging almost 2.5 more pitches per inning than last year. So think about it. Start to add up 6-7 innings, you're getting into that 14, 18 extra pitch range, and then you understand why, you know, Joe Madden, Jim Hickey, they keep a close eye on pitch count, and you're adding on 15 to 20 pitches a game. You're not going to get many complete games. To this point, he doesn't have it.
1-2 pitch. Stanton lays off. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Giancarlo Stanton, 14 homers, 42 runs driven in. He's certainly an all-star candidate. And amazingly, is not even in the top 15 of vote getters in the National League outfielders. The 2-2. Stanton hits a mammoth shot foul that may get through the roof. And it bangs up over a catwalk off of the top of that Tampa Bay Times sign and drops right into a a sweep.
I mean, he yanked that ball right into the Tampa Bay Times party deck. That's ridiculous.
Let's see what he does with the 2-2 again. Pulls that ground ball foul. Matt Kemp is the captain, so to speak, of the home run hitting National League side, and has said that he wants Giancarlo Stanton in the home run hitting contest. The new wrinkle is that you don't have to be invited to the All-Star game to compete in the home run contest. 2-2. Stanton, soft ground ball out towards second. Zobrist gets it out there. Johnson's relay is not in time. Stanton runs well for a big man.
Well, there were two things at play here. First of all, Ben Zobrist has to move to his left, and that ball is chopped. They do the best job that they can on the turn there with Elliott Johnson, but Giancarlo Stanton hustling up the line is able to get that left foot for the balls into Pena's glove.
And a good slide by Hanley Ramirez at second base.
They force Elliott Johnson to that right field side of second base wide. But good hustle by Stanton.
Logan Morrison now. The poetic justice would be Stanton makes the All-Star team, whether it's by the players' vote, which is a very good likelihood, or added by the league, or Tony La Russa, who's going to manage for the National League. And he also is included in the home run hitting contest, because that's a show I want to see. And I think a lot of fans around baseball would enjoy.
And your partner over here would thoroughly enjoy. I mean, he's got power. He hit that ball at Marlins Park right down the right field line. You don't see, some guys have some opposite field power, and that's fine. But opposite field power down the line, off the foul pole, you don't see that very often.
Well, he's hit just about everything in Marlins Park already this year, from a scoreboard, which he essentially broke for a few innings. He hit the Budweiser bar at about 460 feet from home plate. Morrison smacks that one up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. His first hit. And the Marlins with runners first and second now. Here comes Omar Infante.
Well, and here comes Jose Molina and Carlos Pena because of this. I mean, a line drive. You don't even have time to get your glove up right there. That ball is just by James Shields' head. The guys are giving him a breather right now, letting him collect his thoughts and let that heart rate come down a little bit, because that's scary stuff.
The Marlins continue to see good swings from Logan Morrison. Told you that he's homered a couple of times in the last week. And that is scary stuff.
You're defenseless. And Logan Morrison, a big, strong guy, centers that ball right back up the middle. It's going to get on you in a hurry.
Well, Miami with another opportunity here. Omar Infante is 0 for 2. Miami has left 4 runners on base. They do have a big hit with a runner in scoring position, the 2-run single by Jose Reyes. And Infante takes a breaking ball for a strike. Giancarlo Stanton out at second. Morrison, the trail runner, at first. And there's still only one out here in the top of the 5th.
Well, James Shields coming with that changeup in. And Omar Infante with that guard down there around the ankle, there for a reason. You see right off of it, that ball sinking in out in front, and whacks it right off his shin.
Obviously, the guard helps, but it still doesn't feel real good. Shields has got him 0-2. We talked about complete games, and obviously that's out of reach in this one. Shields' pitch count already up into the 80s, and he's got one out in the 5th.
And that has been the story of James' year. Just the efficiency, not quite where it was last year. Still effective. Still throwing the ball well, winning a lot of ball games. but the complete game has eluded him.
Misses in.
Now he's trying to make that perfect pitch right now. Once he got Infante to 2 strikes, you're going to try and make that perfect pitch to either get the strikeout or get that weak contact and get a double play ball, something that James Shields, can do. His ground ball percentage way up this year.
He went. The home plate umpire, Jerry Davis, did not appeal. He said that Infante went after it. And that's the second out.
Well, this changeup dips down and in. And watch Infante commit to it. Just go a little bit too far. Yeah, you could definitely right there, Jerry Davis. You see with the point out of the corner of the screen, no doubt about it.
Greg Dobbs now. Dobbs has flied out and bounced out. Shields trying to get out of trouble here in the 5th and keep it a 3-1 game. Want to know, Dobbs a big part of the World Championship. He was Charlie Manuel's best weapon off the bench in 2008 when the Phillies beat the Rays in the World Series. His performance dipped a bit in 2009 and in 2010, but last year with the Marlins, a nice comeback season for Dobbs. And he has continued that work this year. Last year he hit .370 as a pinch hitter.
Boy, and that's not an easy role. Sit around all game long, understand the game, understand that you may get an opportunity, especially in the National League. But to be ready and go up there and have one crack at it.
Dobbs drives that ball into left center field. Jennings is there and he makes the catch. And Miami again leaves a couple halfway through in St. Pete. Isn't that pretty? Baseball Night in America, presented by Budweiser. Is sponsored by Chevrolet, proud to support youth baseball in cities and towns across the country. Tropicana Field in St. Pete, home of Joe Madden and the Reyes, who have been to the postseason 3 of the last 4 years and are just 2.5 games out in the American League East. And a fastball from Sanchez for a strike. Elliott Johnson, Jose Molina And Sean Rodriguez. And a breaking ball misses up. I should amend that because the Yankees just keep rolling. Yankees needed 14 innings to beat the Nationals 5-3. So the Rays actually at the moment are 3 back. If they win this ball game, they'll stay 2.5 back. There's the updated standings. Baltimore 2 back. Johnson fouls it off. Johnson got the first hit of the ball game for the Rays when he tripled to open up the 3rd.
Well, as far as this ball game goes, bottom of the 5th inning, you got a 2-run lead. Very important for Sanchez here. 7, 8, 9.
Infante, such a good second baseman. 1 out. You can help keep Dad in the game. Join Major League Baseball in supporting the Prostate Cancer Foundation with the Home Run Challenge. Visit MLBcommunity.org or homerunchallenge.org to learn more. Today is the second to last day to donate, actually, to the Prostate Cancer Foundation Home Run Challenge. Tonight, with every home run, $16,000 will be donated. And, of course, Father's Day tomorrow. For more information, you can call 1-800-798-CURE or go online at pcf.org. Home Run Challenge, everyone will have the blue armbands and ribbons on. Brian Anderson will be sporting one. That ball's hit to left and hit deep. Back goes Dobbs at the track, and it is gone. Jose Molina, his 3rd, and it's a 1-run game.
Now, Jose Molina got a fastball out over the plate. Put a big swing on it. This ball leaks back out over. You see John Buck sitting away, reaching back across the middle. A lot of height. Few rows deep.
(3-2), and here is Sean Rodriguez. And he taps one out towards short. Reyes on the run. Fires the first in time, and there are 2 outs.
Number 8,
Desmond Jennings coming up.
In ball games like this, you've got a 3-1 lead. You're down at the bottom of the order. You really want to bury him right there. Not to let the Rays crawl any closer. And James Shields is starting to settle down on the other side. He's pitched out of some trouble. A little bit more consistent with his stuff.
One to Jennings, who was bounced out and walked. James Shields has done a nice job of keeping it right at 3 runs, and his ball club has crept back in.
And that's why it was so important that after some early defensive struggles and 3 quick runs by the Marlins, you cannot lose focus and get frustrated. You just got to go out there and continue to pitch.
Liner to center. Cousins is over, and he's there and makes the catch. Rays get a home run. Jose Molina puts some oomph into it. And when Jose Molina puts some oomph into it, it usually goes out. It's 3-2 Miami. 2012 Ford F-150, built Ford tough. And by MasterCard, shop and pay your bills online with MasterCard prepaid cards. In St. Pete, lively crowd here on a Saturday night, baseball night in America. And a 3-2 ball game. Miami on top. Gabby Sanchez, Scott Cousins, and John Buck. This has been a part of the order that has struggled, but tonight, a part of the order that has contributed. Sanchez a walk, he reached on an error. Cousins has a pair of hits. Both Sanchez and Cousins have scored runs. James Shields, the 1-0 pitch. In the air to center field. B.J. Upton is there, and he makes the catch. News out of Boston where the Marlins are headed, and the Rays certainly interested to find out that Josh Beckett has been placed on the 15-day disabled list. And he joins a long and distinguished list of guys that have been on the disabled list and are on the DL. You could go with Halladay and Rivera out of your pen. Look at the infield. A pair of Phillies on the right side. The Rays, Evan Longoria, Ellsbury, Kemp, Berkman, just to name a few. In the outfield, Victor Martinez behind the plate. Here's Scott Cousins. There's a great article by Tom Verducci in Sports Illustrated a couple of weeks ago where he said the new Moneyball is going to be the team that does a better job of keeping their star players, their big money players, on the field. Preventative medicine, because the trend right now is that a lot of the big name players, the guys are getting a lot of money, spending a lot of time on the disabled list.
Well, and that makes sense, but at the same time, I mean, you can put everything in place, and these guys can follow it to a T. However, when you get out there in the field of play, and things are moving at the speed in which they do, and guys are changing directions and having to slide and avoid tags, and this, making quick, bursts of, movements, agility, lateral, all of those things come into play, it's going to happen. I mean, it's just injuries are going to happen. It's just a part of it. This year seems to be some more high-end guys.
Cousins bounces out, and Shields gets Cousins out for the first time tonight.
But you got a guy like, Evan Longoria, the way that he works, the way that he goes about his business, and all of a sudden he's, hustling down to second base, takes a hamstring, and you see the Rays on the disabled list. That list a few names longer just a couple of weeks ago. Jeff Keppinger, another guy that Joe Madden is looking to get back. Luke Scott, who just went on the disabled list. The back issue.
John Buck takes a fastball for a strike.
A lot of guys on that list that the Rays counting on heavily for offensive production, starting with Longoria, Keppinger, Scott.
Buck shoots a ball down the right field line, and around first, he's going to hold right there. Joyce got to it. Buck ends up with a single.
That looked like an opportunity right there, being able to take that breaking ball and shoot it up the right field side. This had double written all over it. That ball not hit that hard. Nothing Carlos Pena could do. They had the infielders moved around a little bit, giving him that line, and he was able to shoot one up.
Especially with a couple of outs, you'd like to get in scoring position for your hottest hitter in the month of June, and that's Jose Reyes, who has 2 hits tonight.
Well, Matt Joyce, who does have a good arm out there in right field, you force him to have to run a long way to his left, field that ball, and then he's going to have to spin and throw a long way very accurately. I absolutely agree with you that was maybe an envelope they should have pushed a little bit.
Reyes takes a changeup for a strike. Reyes singled and scored in the first, drove in 2 with a 2-out single in the second. It's not been the easiest of starts for Shields. Reyes hits a high fly ball. Matt Joyce is under it, and he makes the catch. Matt Joyce, who homered against Anibal Sanchez a week ago, is due up when the Rays return.
Rangers and Lucas Harrell had been throwing the ball well until he ran into Nelson Cruz with men on. 9th of the year has put Texas on top in the 6th. Hey, a developing situation between the Orioles and Braves. Right-hander Jason Hamill took a no-hit bid into the 8th in his first start as an Oriole. Tonight, he's through 6 without a hit in Atlanta. A situation that we'll be on top of. For now, it's back to Rich and Brian in St. Pete.
Thank you, Matt. Boy, that's something. Already 5 no-hitters this year. And Hamill, 2/3 of the way there in Atlanta. Sanchez with a breaking ball and a strike. And we told you Matt Joyce is coming up. B.J. Upton and Hideki Matsui also scheduled to appear here in the 6th inning against Anibal Sanchez. Marlins getting 3 runs for Sanchez. The Rays got 1 back in the 3rd, 1 back in the 5th. And Joyce leads off here in the 6th, and it's 2-1. Good changeup. 2-2.
Well, that's a great pitch that you can go to when you're down in the count. A 2-1. Stay unpredictable. Be able to throw a high-quality changeup like that down and away. You get the swing. Now you're right back in it. 2-2. You can go anywhere.
Joyce takes down. And it's 3-2.
I'll tell you what, that's a pitch right there that Anibal Sanchez wants. Nice little backdoor breaking ball. Looked pretty good.
Change up again and strikes him out. Next Saturday, baseball night in America. Interleague play continues. The Yankees, the red hot Yankees, who have won 8 in a row, over to Queens to take on the Mets, the Braves and the Red Sox at Fenway. Brewers, White Sox, Dodgers, Nationals, Giants, A's. Baseball night in America presented by Budweiser. Next Saturday, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. Check your local listings for the game and the start time in your area. Upton's 0 for 2. Sanchez has handled this part of the lineup. He has struggled with the bottom 3rd. Elliott Johnson, the 7-hitter, has a triple. Jose Molina, the 8-hitter, has a couple of hits, including a solo homer.
You know, and sometimes that comes down to your mental approach. It comes down to taking a mental break. You know, a lot of times you get down there 7, 8, 9, especially 8, 9. You're a National League pitcher and you relax a little bit. You know the guys leading off through the middle of the order, you know they can hurt you. So you really bear down, concentrate. All of a sudden you get through there, it's like, take a deep breath. Before you know it, those guys at the bottom will get you.
And of course, next year, the format of interleague play changes. With the Astros going to the American League West, there will be interleague games from the very start to the very end of the season. Upton's bouncer finds Reyes. And there are 2 outs. And that will really change the routine of American League teams, because it's baseball tradition that when American League teams get to early May, the pitchers start to take a little bit of batting practice. And then after that first series, they shut it down for a few weeks. And then when interleague kicks up again in June, American League pitchers start to bunt a little, start to hit a little. And American League managers just hope that no one gets hurt. Now, although you won't be playing interleague games constantly, they will be interspersed throughout the season. And so it'll be interesting to see how different American League managers adjust with their pitchers.
Well, that will be huge. And I know that, you know, most pitchers, especially American League guys, when they get an opportunity to go over in those National League games and swing the bat, batting practice, they're going to be pushing for more. Like, listen, you know, take the Rays, for example. They're going to say, Hick, listen, we need to be out there. We need to be out there swinging the bat. Love to swing the bat, but you're going to have to watch that, because obviously pitching, staying healthy, priority number 1. But at the same time, you've got to keep guys sharp, because now if you are going to be in the lineup, you can help yourself out, whether it be by bunting, getting the occasional hit. You are in the lineup. You're a part of it.
The 2-1 pitch misses outside, and it's a real interesting dichotomy of American League manager, National League manager, and the issues they face in interleague games. The American League manager, and Ozzie was one, certainly, and Joe Madden obviously won. The 3-1 pitch is a strike. American League manager sometimes going to a National League park is always wondering how, boy, Red Sox, Bobby Valentine. Do I put Big Papi at first, Gonzalez in right? What am I going to do with this guy? That the National League manager doesn't have that guy. So when a National League team comes to an American League park, often it's time to DH a guy just to give him a day off. Pitch dips down low, and Matsui trots down to first, which many designated hitters in the American League would take offense to, but that's how some National League managers see it. That's kind of how Ozzie Guillen is treating tonight with Logan Morrison, who still has a bit of a tender knee from off-season surgery. Chance to get him off of the turf, but keep his bat in the lineup.
Well, yeah, and not only that, but National League teams don't have a built-in bopper coming off the bench. If they do, he plays a position. And so they've got a lot of guys on the bench that, you know, platoon-type guys, pinch-hit guys. So absolutely, you know, American League manager, okay, can we put him in a position? Can we hide him somewhere to keep his bat in the lineup? You know, with the National League, yeah, you take one of your big boppers, give him some time off his feet, flip somebody else in the lineup. It is different. The one thing that I wish is that you know, with these American League and National League rules is that you flip-flop it. Because if you were going to play this anyway, and you want to continue to keep this whole process fresh, then why not, when you're in American League town, play by, you know, the National League rules, and vice versa. Give those fans, you know, a version of baseball that they never see.
Pitch misses down low, and if you're worried that the designated hitter may be leaving baseball anytime soon, don't worry, because there have been American League teams that have constructed contracts counting on the fact that in 5 to 6 years, Albert Pujols, Prince Fielder will be able to DH some to fulfill the back end of those contracts. Everybody converges behind the mound, and Gabby Sanchez is the one that makes the catch. 3-2 Miami. We'll return to St. Pete after a word from your local Fox station. baseball night in America on Fox, presented by Budweiser. James Shields had an even 100 pitches. All of the runs are unearned. The Marlins pushing across 3 runs in the first 2 innings to take a 3-0 lead. The Rays have cut it within a run. Anibal Sanchez has tightened things up for the Fish. And the Ramirez, Giancarlo Stanton, Logan Morrison against Shields, and the Rays bullpen is busy. That one pulled foul. Ramirez is 1 for 3. An infield hit has flied out, bounced out. Shields has scattered 7 hits. Scott Cousins, the only extra base hit, a double.
And you see that up in the bullpen, Jake McGee, the lefty, Burt Badenhop, the righty. Shields at 101 pitches right now, and he's had a lot of high leverage pitches, a lot of base runners. So he's had to make some pitches in some tight spots, and that always takes a little bit of an extra toll on you.
Oh-2 pitch misses down low. We told you that Jason Hamill had a no-hitter going in Atlanta. Jason Hayward has broken that up, though Baltimore, one of the great stories in baseball this year, continues to lead Atlanta in the bottom of the 7th, a 5-0 Oriole lead. And the Marlins and the Rays have been witness to 2 of the real good stories in baseball this year. The resurgence of baseball in Baltimore. Ozzie Guillen and the Fish have been looking up, as have the rest of the National League East at the Washington Nationals. They've been sitting on top of the East for some time. Ramirez strikes out. First out for Shields in the 7th. Time now for the Just for Men Auto Stop Foolproof Stats. And it's James Shields and complete games. 11 last year, most in baseball since 1999. The Rays can count on James Shields. You can count on Just for Men Auto Stop for foolproof results. Giancarlo Stanton, it's a pop-up way up. And it almost hit one of the rings up above Tropicana Field. Molina did a nice job of staying with that ball. 2 outs in the 7th.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The roof here at Tropicana Field is kind of an off-white, same as a rubbed-up baseball. There's a lot of distractions up there that you've got to be able to fight through. Jose Molina makes the play. Giancarlo Stanton not happy at all that ball stayed in play. Really upset with himself and upset that his at-bat in his mind was cut short.
I think if Joe Madden gets 7 innings out of James Shields the way the first 4 innings went, he'll probably be very pleased.
I would absolutely agree. Your starting pitcher goes out there, the defense a little shaky early on, you fall down 3-0. He's able to regroup and get you through 7. And it may be a chance to go a little bit longer. 107 pitches right now, chance for a quick inning.
Logan Morrison lined one into center field that almost took James Shields with it in the 5th. He's popped out, flied out.
Joe's got a lot of confidence in that bullpen. So 2 innings.
It's been a very good bullpen, and despite the absence of Kyle Farnsworth, who was slotted to essentially close games for the Rays.
Well, that happened right at the end of spring training. They turned to Fernando Rodney. He's been lights out all year. And then you start to think about the emergence of...
It's a foul ball.
You start to think about the emergence of Jake McGee down there from the left side. Of course, Joel Peralta, who comes in just about every game. He's either in every game or up warming up. He is a workhorse down there. Badenhop, if you need that sinker, some ground balls.
It's been a good and deep bullpen already, and if and when Farnsworth comes back off the disabled list, will only get deeper.
There is no question. You'll take Kyle Farnsworth and ease him back into it. Back end of that bullpen.
Morrison hits a high fly ball left center field. Jennings is there, and he makes the catch. It's a 1-2-3-7 from James Shields. Sponsored by Prudential. Prudential, bring your challenges. And by the all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway miles per gallon. Great time-lapse shot. St. Petersburg, Florida. Home of the Tampa Bay Reyes, who have dominated this citrus series, so to speak, this interleague matchup between the Marlins. The Rays have won all 4 meetings this year. They've won 8 in a row. Anibal Sanchez right now, 6 innings in the books, 5 strikeouts, 3 walks, and as he starts the 7th, just as when Shields started his half of the inning, the Marlins bullpen is active. Steve Cishek on the right, and Randy Choate on the left.
Boy, lefty-righty combo from some odd angles. Not an easy at bat. You're facing either one of those guys.
Pena has struck out and bounced out, and the count is 1-1. The Marlins couldn't keep him off the bases last night, and as Brian pointed out earlier in the telecast, he didn't have to take the bat off his shoulder. He's walked 4 times. 1-1 pitch hit hard and by the diving Infante. Into right. It's a base hit for Carlos Pena. Here comes Elliott Johnson, who was mic'd up before the ball game.
Mine was the disco, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Let's groove. Little disco. On down. We're gonna groove tonight. Heads up, heads up.
Sounds of the game.
See how high stress this job is for these guys?
So Johnson making his singing debut tonight. Tripled in the 3rd, bounced out in the 5th.
Listen, when Andrew Friedman and Joe Madden say that they want versatile players on the field, off the field, play different positions, sing at different octaves, switch hitter, I mean, you name it.
Well, Johnson's a guy that has spent a lot of time, parts of 10 seasons in the minor leagues. Ball in the dirt. Buck got enough of it to keep it in front. And this is really a breakout year for Johnson, considering he's been almost buried in the minor leagues his entire professional career.
Now, Elliott Johnson, he got an opportunity with all the injuries early on for the Rays to get out there in the lineup. He was very productive. Joe kept him out there. And you're right, it has been a breakout year. When you watch him play, he swings and misses right there. But as you watch Elliott Johnson play on a day-to-day basis, you end up saying to yourself, wow, he's a little bit better than I thought at just about every aspect of the game. Runs a little bit better. He's got good speed. He hits well from both sides of the plate, puts the ball in play. He's always going to give you max effort. Very athletic in the field, very versatile at the positions he can cover.
Outside corner. Sanchez strikes Johnson out, and it was Johnson that homered against Sanchez along with Joyce back in Miami last week.
Now, no argument on this pitch. How about that? That backdoor breaking ball right on the black. Elliott knew it. Takes a long walk back.
Ozzie Guillen has seen the 2 at-bats of Jose Molina against Anibal Sanchez. Molina homered his last time out, and Sanchez is headed out. Steve Cishek is headed in. Steve Cishek has been the Marlins' best weapon out of the bullpen this year. A 1.95 ERA, 4-0. And his first pitch to Jose Molina is a strike. Anibal Sanchez in the dugout, 6 1/3. 2 runs, 6 strikeouts. He's responsible for Carlos Pena at first with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, you talked early in the ball game. You need somebody to step up. Anibal Sanchez has certainly done his spot. Pitching into the 7th inning, 1 out into the 7th inning, giving a great effort for the Marlins.
Little pop up, and Gabby Sanchez steps into foul territory and makes the catch.
Well, and you can see why Cishek is such a weapon for manager Ozzie Guillen, coming at you from that low arm angle, very tough against right-handed hitters, has good velocity to go along with it, and then the sweeping breaking ball.
Yeah, it's that combination that surprises a lot of hitters. Arm angle on top of the velocity.
Usually guys come down there mid to upper 80s. You're hoping for. That first fastball he threw to Molina was at 92. It gets on you in a hurry.
Now, he's not just a frisbee thrower, which is that frisbee slider. You see both right and left-handers throw that drop down.
And here's a good look at it. Way down.
He gets great extension.
Well, you can see long, lanky.
And young. He's just 25. This is his 3rd season in the big leagues. And every year he's gotten a little bit better. He was terrific last year. A 2.44 ERA in 48 appearances. And he's very excited about going back up to New England to pitch at Fenway Park. He grew up in Falmouth, Massachusetts. He grew up a Patriots fan, Celtics fan, a Red Sox fan. He's only been to a couple of games at Fenway Park. Marlins are there on Tuesday for 3. Liner, fair. It hit the line. Long run for Stanton. Pena around 3rd. They will send him. Coming to the plate, and he scores. This game is tied. Sean Rodriguez, a Miami native, finds the chalk and ties the game.
Now this ball stays out over the plate. Sean Rodriguez not even sure where that ball went. Well, it just kicked off the line, and Carlos Pena with 2 outs is motoring all the way. Able to come all the way around from first to score. Not this game up.
Desmond Jennings, Rodriguez at 3rd. And Cishek misses outside. And so the Rays have come all the way back. From 3-0, now 3-3 in the bottom of the 7th.
Now that's part of the personality of this team. Always thinking positively, never give up.
Ball and a strike. On the 25-year-old out of Birmingham, Desmond Jennings. And Rodriguez, a Miami kid. Went to a couple different high schools down there, Coral Park and Braddock High School. And his father, Johnny, managing in Palm Beach, the Cardinals single A team in the Florida State League. 1-2 coming. Got him. But the Rays come all the way back. Sean Rodriguez with an RBI triple. To the 8th. Miami, Tampa Bay, 3-3. Marlins and Reyes all tied at 3. Anibal Sanchez and James Shields. Shields still in there. Both pitched well. And the Reyes bottom of the order. The tough part for Sanchez, and they've been the production for the Reyes. Big hits down there. Jose Molina a homer. Sean Rodriguez an RBI triple. Molina drove in 2 runs. Infante swings and misses. And for the Rays, the fact that James Shields is still in there is notable. Infante, Greg Dobbs, Gabby Sanchez due up in the 8th.
Well, it has everything to do with the quick 7th inning. Went into that with a nice, efficient inning and gets the opportunity to go back out here in the 8th.
Shields saw his defense struggle behind him. Ozzie Guillen and the Marlins getting runs in the 1st and the 2nd. Single run in the 1st, a pair in the 2nd, both of them unearned. Sean Rodriguez making an error. Matt Joyce dropping a fly ball. And that helped lead to 3 unearned runs.
And James Shields was able to keep his composure and take whatever frustration that he did have and channel it in a positive way. And here he finds himself in a tie ball game in the 8th.
Did Infante go? Yes, he did. This season, Fox Sports is proud to support Boys and Girls Club of America, a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. To learn more, please visit greatfutures.org/Fox Sports. Rich Waltz along with Brian Anderson here in St. Pete tonight. The Marlins on a horrific slide right now. They've dropped 9 of 10. The Rays just 3 games out of first place. Yankees have already won. Any surprises tonight for you?
Not really. I thought that when they jumped out to that 3-run lead, that was going to be a burst of energy, and maybe they would be able to add on once you get that little at the very beginning. Anibal Sanchez was throwing the ball well, but James Shields was able to limit that damage to just those 3 runs, pitch out of trouble in a couple other innings, and just get on quite a roll here. And he seems to be getting stronger as this game goes on. That pitch count approaching 120 now, and he's at his best.
He's 0-2 against Greg Dobbs, who is 0 for 3. So he's equaled his season high in terms of pitch count. I think we both agreed in the 5th inning that there was no way James Shields would come close to a complete game in this one, because he was in the mid-80s in the 5th inning. And now he's piled up 120 pitches. He's got 1 out in the 8th. You see a couple of quick innings in the 6th and the 7th. Just 23 pitches combined.
Coming out of the 4th and the 5th. Had some base runners, a little bit of trouble.
Dobbs fights that one off and stays alive. Shields tonight, 5 strikeouts, a walk. He has avoided the big inning, and that has been an issue for him at times this season. Slow roller up the line. And foul. Three ball game in the 8th in St. Pete. And Miami, the psyche of the Marlins ball club right now, really being tested. Dobbs gets into that one, lines it to right. Joyce is there, and at the track, he makes the catch.
Well, when you've been struggling as badly as the Marlins have, and you jump out early to a quick 3-0 lead, and your pitcher is out there throwing the ball very well, you start to say, okay, you can relax a little bit. Let's get into the flow, get a victory. All of a sudden, James Shields goes to work, starts to limit your offense. The Rays start to chip away on Anibal Sanchez. They get the big hit off Cishek and you're in a tie ball game and you say, you've got to be kidding me.
That ball's hammered to left. Getting over to cut it off is Jennings. A lot of speed in center and in left for the Rays, and Jennings got there, prevented extra bases. Gabby Sanchez has swung the bat well tonight. That's his first hit, but he's hit the ball hard on a couple of occasions. And that's it. James Shields' night is over. Joe Madden making a pitching change with 2 outs in the 8th. And a lively bunch here in St. Pete on a Saturday night will send James Shields out. A former Ray, Justin Ruggiano, will pinch run for Gabby Sanchez. His 2-out single chased James Shields. Joel Peralta, who has been a frequent contributor out of the bullpen, 33rd appearance already. And ever since a rocky start, he's been very, very good. And that ERA does not reflect how he's pitched of late. He's got Cousins at the plate, and he takes a breaking ball out.
No, he has been very good. He answers the bell whenever Joe calls. He's up all the time, and Joe really likes to use Joel Peralta against left-handed hitters. He's got pretty good splits both ways, holding lefties to just a 204 average. So Joe not afraid to bring him in to face the left-handed hitting Cousins, who's swung the bat well tonight.
Cousins, a double, a single, has bounced out. His first start in 2012. Getting himself back to the big leagues after a back injury, knocked him out most of last year. A slow start in the spring, and he started the year in AAA. But the last month and a half, his bat came alive. He's hitting .292 with 10 doubles, 7 homers, and 32 driven in for AAA New Orleans. Ruggiano, a former Ray who was really stuck behind Carl Crawford and B.J. Upton in the Rays organization. He never really got much of a chance to play in the big leagues. The Marlins were in need of outfield help, especially a right-handed hitting outfielder, and they made the trade with Houston. Ruggiano was playing in AAA for the Astros. Peralta. The 1-1. Cousins takes a strike. University of San Francisco product, Scott Cousins.
And Peralta wearing out that outside corner against Cousins. Couple of breaking balls. That fastball right on the black. Try to expand.
1-2. Again, the case, and we talked about it earlier, Molina sets up out, Peralta hits the glove, and everybody except the hitter and the umpire think that that's on the corner.
And what Jose Molina also does when he sets up off the plate like that, he angles himself towards the plate and tries to square that ball right in the middle of his body and get that call. Sometimes he gets it. That time he did not.
See where he sets up here on the 2-2 pitch. Ruggiano at first. Cousins awaits the 2-2. And that missed someplace, and it's 3-2.
Well, what didn't help is Jose Molina having to go down to one knee and reach back for it. That pitch, if he's set up on the inside corner, may get called. It definitely caught plate. Right there, you see it, right at the bottom of the zone, right around the knees. But the movement by the catcher, having to reach for that pitch and drop down to one knee, sometimes could create the perception to the umpire that that ball's out of the zone.
Ruggiano will get a head start here. Full count, 2 outs. Tie game in the 8th. Cousins waiting on a 3-2 from Peralta. Breaking ball lined up the middle and caught at the shoe tops by Elliott Johnson. Johnson steals another hit from Cousins in a 3-3 game.
Working on a 9 move.
Baseball Night in America on Fox, presented by Budweiser, Tropicana Field. Justin Ruggiano stays in the game. He's in left. And going from left over to first base is Greg Dobbs. So the Marlins reset their defense a bit. And Edward Mujica in to face Matt Joyce, who dribbles one out Omar Infante's way. And there is one out. Tonight's game presented by Budweiser, sponsored by Michelin, a better way forward. And by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you gotta get DirecTV. Rich Waltz along with Brian Anderson, our Baseball Night in America crew here in St. Petersburg. Edward Mujica has joined the show. B.J. Upton He is 0 for 3. Mojica becomes pitcher number 3 for Ozzie Guillen and the Marlins. Anibal Sanchez 6 1/3. 3 runs. Steve Cishek 2/3 of an inning. Reyes had a big hit against Cishek. The RBI triple by Sean Rodriguez. Hanley Ramirez to his left. Has it, throws on the run, and makes a nice play to get B.J. Upton.
Well, that was a very nice play. You've got B.J. Upton, who's got good speed. Watch, playing on the line, no doubles. Able to reach out, get that ball, the glove hand, and then count those steps to get his feet underneath him so he can make an accurate throw.
All the questions in spring training lobbed at Ozzie Guillen, I would say 75% of them were about moving Hanley Ramirez from short to third. And Guillen said at the time it'll be a work in progress defensively. About a month ago, Guillen said 100% stunned at how well Ramirez has played third base, and that he has played a Gold Glove caliber third base. We saw him fiddling with that left shoulder. He had surgery in the offseason on that shoulder.
And had to really extend on that chopper by Upton.
Matsui is up. Mojica has to be careful with a guy that, if he runs into it, could untie this ball game.
Hideki Matsui, he likes that ball up around the belt, the letters, likes the ball up, can hit the ball down and in. Go away, you stay down. There you go.
Ramirez again makes the play. Mojica, a brief appearance in the 8th. To the 9th we go in St. Pete, 3-3 ball game. Top of the 9th at the Trop, 3-3 ball game. Miami and Tampa Bay. And the Rays dip into their pen. And a real nice surprise has been the season that Fernando Rodney has turned in. Look at the numbers. A slender 1.21 ERA. And he has picked up where the Rays felt Kyle Farnsworth would be. As Brian noted, it happened at the end of spring training. Having a guy like Rodney, who had closed in his career, to fall back on a luxury, but I don't know that anybody expected the tilted cap and the numbers that he has put up.
Either one of them. And the numbers being obviously what everybody's been focused on with Fernando Rodney, knowing his history. But the difference for him and where this big jump has taken place is command. He's always had the big arm, but he is keeping the ball in the strike zone, and that right there is the difference. Look at that, the first 9 years, the ERA. How about that walk to strikeout to walk ratio, 1.7, 5.2 this year. A lot of strikes, and he does it with a fastball 94 to 97 and a changeup that he's going to drop on you at 80 to 82. And that's basically been his 2 pitches this year. He does have a slider, but I can't remember outside of the middle of April where he's actually thrown that pitch. It's been fastball, changeup with a huge difference on the 2 pitches.
He's 1-2 on John Buck. Miami's catcher, Jose Reyes. Hanley Ramirez will follow in the 9th. And that changeup never got to the plate. So it's 2-2. There's Reyes. Has a pair of hits tonight. Miami has 8 hits with their 3 runs. The Rays 5 hits with their 3 runs. Two-two. And Buck fouls it back. Buck a base hit in the 6th. A 1-for-3 night. Molina resetting things. Molina and Buck were teammates in Toronto for a year and are good friends. The 2-2. To right. And it's Joyce. 1 out in the 9th. Now it was a 3-2 ball game in the bottom of the 7th. Our Mazda moment. Sean Rodriguez, a Miami native, off the chalk. Carlos Pena scored from first. Sean Rodriguez was the better one today. Brought to you by Mazda. Better, stronger, smarter. Now Reyes. Marlins would love to get him on base. As Brian Anderson talked about earlier in the telecast, one of the things the Marlins have lacked has been the running game, which was so important to them in May. That's a long way to go for Pena. He's got such great range over there at first. Makes a nice play, and there are 2 outs.
Carlos Pena ranging over to his right. Fernando Rodney get up the line again. Gets to it. He's got to turn now and make an accurate throw to Fernando Rodney covering. Nice job here for out number 2.
Hanley Ramirez now. The Rays defense let him down early in the ball game. A couple of key errors. All 3 Marlin runs unearned. But better defense. And a better fastball from Rodney there. 97 got in on Hanley Ramirez.
Well, that little extra adrenaline, you realize Hanley Ramirez on deck. You got Giancarlo Stanton. Obviously, Fernando Rodney, not worried about him right now. But you know the capabilities of Ramirez. So you reach back for that fastball. You've got 2 outs. Let it all hang out here. That's the other thing that Fernando Rodney will do is he'll throw that 97 fastball like that and then come back with a changeup where it looks like he's actually humping up on a fastball and drop that thing at 81, 82. Such a huge difference that these hitters have to cover. You hope you pick right.
That one split the plate.
And the reaction by Ramirez was he almost like he was looking for a changeup. He's not able to pull the trigger on a pitch that's catching a lot of white.
Ramirez strokes it into right center field. That's a base hit. Into the gap it goes. And Hanley Ramirez charges into second with a 2-out double. And that'll bring Giancarlo Stanton up.
Boy, that was a fine piece of hitting there by Hanley Ramirez, able to stay back on this delivery and rifle that ball into right center field. And you see how strong he is. He gets it deep enough that Matt Joyce has to take a deep angle to cut it off, and that allows him time to get into second base. That high finish. Look at him go out of the box.
Well, this should be fun now. You got Fernando Rodney, Giancarlo Stanton. Stanton is 0 for 4. If he can catch up to a Rodney fastball, he can hit it a long ways.
Sometimes that's a big if, especially when you go around with that changeup. He's going to pitch to him here. You trust your closer.
98, Rodney dials up.
Well, again, Fernando Rodney realizing Giancarlo Stanton and the power.
See the Rays shift against Stanton. The Rays shift defensively more than any team in baseball by a long shot. But that defensive shift has to be adjusted when you got a guy throwing 99 miles an hour.
Or does it? I mean, you would think that Stanton, is he going to be able to get around on that 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and is he going to for sure pull it? You talk about putting faith in your pitcher to be able to execute, because in this situation, runner at second, 2 outs, Stanton's a little bit tardy and hits one to right. Hanley Ramirez is going to come around to score. There's a ton of room over on that right side. Good changeup here by Rodney, keeping this ball down and away. You see Stanton trying to be quiet at the plate, trying to read that baseball, react to it, trust his hands. With the fastball up in the zone right here if you're Rodney.
1-2. He went up, but he missed out.
And at 99. It'll be the best fastball that Rodney's thrown all year, velocity-wise.
Look at the difference from fastball to changeup. That's an enormous differential.
And out of the hand, it looks exactly the same. Each pitch, 4-seam spin. He has tremendous arm action, obviously on the fastball, but also the changeup.
Stanton, a ground ball, sliding stop. Rodriguez on his feet, throws him out. A run-saving play by Sean Rodriguez, who is having a nice night here in St. Pete's. To the bottom of the ninth. Still 3-3. finale on Sun Sports. Coverage starts at 1 Eastern. Brian Anderson will be in his Father's Day Sunday best along with Dwayne Stats. Here tonight, a 3-3 game has reached the bottom of the ninth. Ben Zobrist, Carlos Pena, Elliott Johnson, Edward Mujica, who got 3 ground ball outs in the 8th, goes right to work and gets a strike here in the ninth. The Marlins had Heath Bell up and warming in case they took the lead. But since it's a 3-3 ball game, Mujica still out there.
Well, Mujica made short, quick work of the Rays in the 8th. Very efficient.
To center, Cousins on the move. Makes the play. And there's an out here in the bottom of the ninth. Here comes Pena.
First baseman, number 23.
Mujica just continues to work that outside corner against these Rays hitters. He's going to force them. If you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me up the middle and the other way to the big part of the park. Ben Zobrist has power. Carlos Pena has power. Be very careful middle of the plate into these guys. With an opportunity with one swing of the bat, you could end it.
You'd have trouble convincing us again that Elliott Johnson doesn't have power because the Marlins saw him hit one out of Marlins Park last week. Pena went after it.
And Mujica has that knee-high fastball in the outer third dialed in. Good late sinking action on that pitch.
Pena with 8 home runs this year. He hit 28 last year for the Cubs. And of course, Pena had that great run, that 4-year run with the Rays, in which he averaged 36 homers a year and 101 runs driven in a year. The Rays, such a good team late in ball games. An outstanding 9th inning comeback, come from behind team. The Marlins actually lead all of baseball in comeback wins. You get a comeback win if you've fallen behind at any time during a game and come back to win that game. And that's why you have the ball boy protecting the catchers. George Hendrick would like some protection as well.
Yes, he would. Those balls get turned on and shot up those lines. Cannot take a pitch off. You talk about the Rays coming from behind late in ball games, 9th inning, walk-off wins. It stems from that belief that somehow they feel like they're always going to find a way to get it done.
Ground ball through the shift and into right field. That's a base hit. And so the Rays have life here in the bottom of the ninth.
You see the shift. Everybody on that right side and still able to find a hole. You know, you play the percentages, but it's not perfect. Pena's able to dribble it through. And the Rays with a base runner with 1 out here in the ninth.
And as odd as it sounds, now you're getting into the teeth of the Rays order tonight. Elliott Johnson tripled and scored in the 3rd. Jose Molina, the number 8 hitter, has a homer and an RBI single. And Sean Rodriguez has the RBI triple that tied the game. One through 5 in the Rays order has been held hitless in this game.
Like you said, the bottom of the order has been getting it done. Elliott Johnson in this situation, Mujica, you got to figure is going to stay away from him. He needs to think the other way with his swing. You've got Hanley Ramirez off the bag at 3rd. Jose Reyes pulled a little bit further up the middle. There is a gap over there on the left side. Mujica, what he wants is a rollover ground ball, maybe get a double play opportunity. You want to sit back, let that ball travel, and try to shoot the gap over on the left side.
change of speed. He was way out in front. It's 0-2.
Mojica with a nice split right there. Way out over the top of that pitch. The depth and the speed got him.
He throws the split as a changeup. Which is harder for a hitter to pick up, the circle change or the split change?
I would think that the circle change, just because it spins, it has that four-seam spin. It looks just like a fastball. Sometimes those split changes have a little bit of tumbling action, quicker to pick up, easier to pick up.
Tough to pick up if you ask Elliott Johnson.
Well, no doubt. When they have depth like that, and that's what makes that pitch so dangerous, is the ability to throw it out over the plate. You don't have to be so fine with it to the corners. Dude, he threw that ball, that was right down the middle, but it bottoms out. 2 strikes, a hitter's like, ooh, that may be at the knees, I got to protect, and then the ball disappears on him.
So now Molina, who drove in a run with an infield single in the 3rd, hammered one out of here for a solo homer in the 5th, and popped out in the 7th. The middle brother in the trio of catching Molina brothers. To left. It's deep. Ruggiano leaps. And he makes the catch at the wall. Wow. Jose Molina almost sent everybody home. Justin Ruggiano makes the catch on to the 10th in a 3-3 game in St. Pete tonight. Left-hander Jake McGee comes out of the Tampa Bay bullpen, and he will pitch the top of the 10th. McGee's been outstanding this year. Look at the walks and strikeouts. And he'll be facing a left-hander Logan Morrison right out of the chute. Omar Infante and Greg Dobbs to follow.
Jake McGee, another one of those pitchers. We talked about the command of Fernando Rodney, where he's been able to put together the year that he has. The same with Jake McGee. Very good with that fastball, both sides of the plate, the slider, and ever-improving pitch. Another big-time velocity guy.
And his fastball misses up to Logan Morrison. Morrison 1 for 4. 3-3 in the 10th. I think just about everybody in this place thought that Jose Molina had ended it. You see Wade Davis in the Rays pen. Ruggiano got to the wall early, and when an outfielder gets to the wall that early, your first instinct is the ball is gone. But Ruggiano climbed the wall. He's a very good athlete. And even if the ball doesn't get out, he still has to make that catch. Because obviously with Pena on base and with 2 outs, he's running at contact. If Ruggiano doesn't come down cleanly with it, the ball game's over.
Well, you've got that padding that doesn't run all the way up to the yellow stripe at the top of the wall. There's a little ridge there. And so if the ball were to happen to get over the glove and hit off that ridge, it takes an awkward bounce. Let's take a look at it.
See the fan reaching over. He almost got to it. Here's the 1-2. And it's low and inside. That would have been an interesting call for the umpiring crew. Last year, the Marlins were involved in a play against the Phillies in which the Phillies hit a ball. Ryan Peterson, an outfielder with the Marlins, made a leap for it. The fan reached over and touched the ball before Peterson had a chance to catch it. And instead of a triple, Hunter Pence was actually called out. And Jake McGee just finishes off Logan Morrison.
Well, yeah, just powered that fastball by him. Morrison with that swing, just reaching for the baseball. Not a very aggressive swing, and
that's what an emergency swing looks like when you don't make contact. You know that great emergency swing where you fight the pitch off?
You see it, yeah. You're looking for something else, and you just flip the bat out there hoping to stay alive.
Been a long night for Omar Infante. He is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. He's 0 for 8 in this series. And a guy that has lived well over 300 throughout the season. Has seen his average dipped to 284. He fouls that pitch back. Marlins are 5-1 in extras. Rays have only been to extra innings 3 previous times. Bouncer up the middle, kicked by Johnson. And Infante is aboard. It'll be an E6. 3rd error of the night for the Rays.
Now it just continues to plague them. You know, they had really tightened up that defense after a couple of miscues early in the game, and then here you are, extra innings. Ground ball, Elliott Johnson reaches down. Right off the heel of the glove. He's not able to recover in time. Infante's on.
It's hard to imagine a team that was the best in baseball with the lowest amount of errors last year. 57 already. This is what Joe Madden had in mind, in a sense of McGee coming in. He's got another lefty in Dobbs. He was hopeful that McGee would also get Infante along the way. He got Morrison, but Infante reaches on the error.
Well, this would be an opportunity for Ozzie Guillen to put something on here. Greg Dobbs at the plate, handles the bat well. Infante can run, maybe a stolen base attempt. Got to try to create something offensively.
Rays defensively very different from last year. Dave Martinez, the bench coach of Joe Madden, could count on that defense last year. 73 the entire season.
Now that's how the team has been built, pitching and defense, and scrape together what you can offensively. Very good at taking their walks on base percentage, but this year the errors have been all too frequent.
Dobbs, first pitch to him is out. McGee very tough on lefties in his young career. Left-handed hitters hitting just a $189. Right-handed hitters 255. And it's very different home and road when you're in a tie game and you get to extra innings. The Rays have already used their closer, Fernando Rodney. For the second time, Heath Bell just kind of up and tossing and in a position where he can heat up quickly in the Marlins bullpen if the Marlins were to take the lead. But if you're Ozzie Guillen, you really don't want to bring Bell in until you have that save opportunity.
So there's a fine line you walk, because you also don't want to have him up throwing every inning until that opportunity presents itself, if indeed it does.
That's where it's nice to have a veteran like Bell who understands, I don't need to heat up, I just need to be in a position to heat up. Dobbs fouls it off. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. One and two. Omar Infante at first in a 3-3 ball game. Miami had a 3-0 lead early. The Rays chipped away. Finally caught the Marlins in the 7th. And the Marlins in a death spiral right now in the month of June, having dropped 9 of 10. And in those 10 games, they've dropped 7 games in the standings from first place down to 4th place. One, two. It's out. The Rays, on the other hand, had dropped 3 in a row to the Mets. It's a fall from first to 2.5 back and 3rd place in the American League East. 2 very unforgiving divisions right now. Who would have thought that Boston and the Phillies would be in the basement of both divisions? Outside corner, Dobbs at the plate. A slow walk.
Well, Dobbs did his best during the course of this at bat. Now you see Jose Molina, how he was able to bring that ball back in. Watch this ball just off. A slight glove move. You see how he's angled as he brings that ball into the chest, and he gets that call.
And that's it for McGee. Deeper into the pen go the Rays in a 3-3 game in the 10th. cash prizes. It's as easy as picking a player, a stat, and starting a hot streak. Plus, pick 15 straight correctly. Win $15 in Fox Sports shopping bucks. Log on to foxsports.com/fantasy and start your streak today with 15 Fox shopping bucks. You think you can afford a Joe Madden bobblehead like they gave out last night here in St. Pete, or would that go for more than 15 Fox shopping bucks?
I think it depends on the part of the country that you're in. It would be a nice down payment.
Justin Ruggiano is up there. This is the Joe Madden bobblehead, and Madden said yesterday that when you reach bobbleheaddom, it's a word that Joe made up yesterday. It's really an honor.
And it comes complete with hoodie, so it's very.
At the shoot tops, Johnson's made a couple of those. Ruggiano lines out, and Wade Davis gets the final out of the top of the 10th. 3-3. Bottom of the 10th inning, and Ozzie Guillen has Edward Mujica out for the third consecutive inning. The Marlins had to coax 7 innings out of their pen last night on a short start from Carlos Zambrano. And so Guillen trying to be careful here in the bottom of the 10th. Mujica came on to pitch the 8th. He got a great play by Ruggiano. A leaping catch at the wall to rob Molina of extra bases and send it to extra innings in the 9th. And he gets Sean Rodriguez, Desmond Jennings, Matt Joyce. Rodriguez tied the game with an RBI triple in the 7th. Sends this one to center. Cousins comes charging on. Cousins is there, and he makes the catch. Good speed. Cousins, a guy that has a lot of tools, can play center field. He got a good jump on the ball.
Yes, he did. Was not hit well, but you see him on his horse already. Closes quickly. Makes a nice catch. And I think part of what Ozzie Guillen is thinking here is coming into this inning, Mujica had only had 18 pitches. He'd thrown 18 pitches in his 2 innings of work. But sometimes it's not always about the pitch count. It's the amount of ups and downs. Because how many times has Mujica gone in, sat down, had to re-warm up? Sometimes that can take a toll on a guy when he's not used to going that many innings. even if his pitch count is in line.
This is his longest outing. And, of course, the other issue that Ozzie Guillen has here is he doesn't have to worry about where his pitcher hits, which is always an issue if you're a National League manager. You can't always just throw a guy out there until, pitch till you're done. And then you oftentimes have to substitute with your offensive situation in mind. And Mojica's out there. Jennings is up. Mojica splits the plate. Venezuelan right-hander, always known as a strike thrower with the Indians, with the Padres, and the Marlins. Jennings an 0 for 3 night. The walk was back in the third.
Well, he's done a nice job of working the extremes. Pitching to the outer third, missing. If he's going to miss, it's going to be off the plate or below the zone.
Reyes, quick release, and Dobbs was eaten alive on a difficult play. It'll be an error on Jose Reyes.
The element of speed and the pressure that it adds to the defense. Look how fast Jose Reyes gets rid of this, knowing that Desmond Jennings is running. He rushes the throw and it ends up a little bit short. Greg Dobbs, who's now over at first base for Gabby Sanchez, cannot come up with it.
Jennings actually slowed down as that ball approached first. And here's Joyce now. Jennings, 8 stolen bases. He's been caught once. And Mojica chases him back. One through 5 in the Rays order has been quiet tonight. A better move by Mojica.
Quick feet. Quick feet and quick release.
One other issue when talking about bullpens, the Marlins long man is Chad Godin. He's not available tonight because he had to suck up most of the innings last night in the short start by Zambrano. The Rays long man is available and was a former long man for the Marlins, Burke Badenheimer. Off the end of the bat, Cousins charging, and it's going to fall. Jennings stops at second, and the Rays have runners first and second.
Well, that ball was off the end of the bat from Matt Joyce. Cousins, you see him on the right field side, has to come a long way, and that ball just dies, not able to get there. Closed so well on the ball hit by Sean Rodriguez earlier this inning. That one not able to get over there.
And here comes Upton.
And Desmond Jennings had a hard time reading if Cousins was going to be able to get there, because that play's happening out in front of him as he heads towards second. He sees that ball's going to be down. You hit second and you hustle to third. The ball is hit in the air. It's going to have to come down, bounce off that turf. So Cousins is going to have to wait for it to come back down to him. Maybe had an opportunity there to take an extra base.
Now it's Mojica against Upton. You've got great speed at second with a winning run at Jennings. Mojica catches the outside corner. The longest outing of the season for Mojica. He's 29 pitches in. Matsui is on deck. He just reared back and threw a fastball by him.
Ball caught a lot of plate. B.J. Upton sometimes a little bit of a hitch in that swing.
See Randy Choate getting up probably to face Matsui. Mojica's 0-2. strikes. Buck looking Joyce back at first. Now, Ozzie Guillen is not holding the runner at first, which really exposes a middle infielder on a ground ball, because Joyce is getting a big lead. 1-2 pitch. But obviously, Ozzie would like to cut off a ground ball to the right side. That's why he has Dobbs playing behind him.
They're probably going to stay away from BJ, and if he's elects to go the other way, got a hole over there. Trying to close that up.
2-2 pitch. Mojica misses low with a fastball, and now the count at 3-2. Bottom 10, 3-3 game. Jennings from second. The 3-2. On a hop, Hanley has it, races to the bag. Ramirez throws across in time. An outstanding play by Hanley Ramirez. Upton bounces into a double play, and it's on to the 11th. In St. Pete, Miami and Tampa Bay still 3-3. Into the 11th. 3-3 ball game. And Wade Davis continues on for the Rays. Scott Cousins leads it off. He takes a breaking ball for a strike. Cousins, John Buck, Jose Reyes. Cousins has swung the bat well tonight. A double, a single, robbed of a hit on a liner in the 8th by Elliott Johnson. And Davis, sharp breaking ball.
Well, that's the one thing coming out of the bullpen, forces Wade Davis to be aggressive, and his curveball really ripping down over the top of that pitch and creating a lot of depth. Tight spin.
Wow.
Boy,
and it's 1-2.
Looked to be all over the plate there. Good fastball by Wade Davis. Going for that strikeout looking. Sure looked like he had it.
And he gets the strikeout with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Hanley Ramirez has made a nice adjustment to third base, and he's made some nice plays tonight.
Well, this ball hit hard by B.J. Upton, but showing good hands, get over to third base, and then make a nice strong throw over to first to complete the double play.
One of the things Ozzie Guillen said about the move from short to third, he said that Hanley is such a good athlete that once he learns the nuances and the instincts of the position, and a play like that's a great example, that he'll be able to play the position quite well.
Well, that's having good awareness also, because you catch that and immediately think, okay, throw to second, over to first. But he kept his head about him and realized I can cut down on cut the throws in half. Run to third, I got plenty of time because how hard that ball was hit. Step on third myself, make a strong throw, and go grab a bat.
John Buck, 1 for 4. Well, the luxury that Madden has with Davis out there is you've got a guy that can be extended.
Yeah, Wade Davis, the former starting pitcher, came in this year, spring training with the Rays in competition for that 5th spot with Jeff Neiman, but he's made a seamless transition to that Rays bullpen.
He's fallen behind Buck, 2-0.
And Jeff Neiman, of course, out with a broken leg, got hit by a line shot one hopper on the disabled list, and there was some talk about Joe Madden maybe bringing Wade Davis back into the starting rotation, but he said he liked what he was doing down there in the pen and wanted to keep him in his role.
Alex Cobb gets the start for the Rays tomorrow. Josh Johnson on the mound for the Marlins. The Rays will head up to D.C. to take on the Nationals. The Marlins will head up to Boston to take on the Red Sox. 3-0 pitch. Marlins will get a look at Clay Buchholz again. Buchholz is hot right now. Josh Beckett on the disabled list, placed there today. Rays are going to see Steven Strasburg and Gio Gonzalez in that series against the Nationals, and Buck walks. So Buck's been aboard a couple times tonight, and that's going to bring Reyes to the plate.
Well, that was the last thing that Wade Davis wanted to do in that situation. At the bottom of the order, a free pass to John Buck, and you wrap around and have to deal with Jose Reyes now with Ramirez, Stanton lurking.
Pena's going to play behind Buck. Marlins bullpen has a couple of guys that are just kind of watching the wheels turn right now to figure out who's going to throw in the bottom of the 11th. Will it be Randy Choate to come in and start the inning if it's a tie game, or will it be Heath Bell to try to save it if the Marlins are able to take the lead?
That's what's nice about having a couple of veteran guys who've been in these situations before, realize what their body needs, how many pitches they need to be ready to come into a ball game, and be able to stay even keel mentally.
Reyes takes a strike. A couple hits early for Reyes. On a 2 for 5, and if you're looking for a random stat,
I was going to say that right there is doing your homework.
That one I had no idea on. But the crack staff here on Baseball Night in America, I think it was that football promo that woke everybody up in the truck. And football breaking through the screen. Two and one. Hanley Ramirez is on deck. Giancarlo Stanton follows Ramirez. Davis a cursory look at Buck. And a breaking ball for a strike. First couple innings, Reyes, the catalyst, singled and scored in the first, drove in 2 in the second. Since then, James Shields shut the door, and the Rays bullpen's been outstanding. Reyes strokes that one down the left field line. And it stays at 2-2. Shields went 7 2/3. It's been a parade of Joel Peralta, Fernando Rodney, Jake McGee even got in there. Wade Davis is in now. Reyes pulls it foul. Were this a ball game that was taking place in Marlins Park, both managers would be looking at their lineup sheet and having already crossed out 3 or 4 guys to bridge the gap. I mean, pinch hitters, when you make a move, a lot of times you do a double switch, but Ozzie Guillen and Joe Mann look rather calm right now because they haven't really used their bench much. Reyes, a chopper towards first. Pena off the bag to get it, and he'll hustle back to get Reyes. John Buck is in scoring position, and here comes Hanley Ramirez, who has 2 hits tonight. He doubled his last time up.
Well, really put together a nice at-bat. It's a tough pitcher like Fernando Rodney, waiting back and shot that ball out into right center field. Couple of hits tonight.
Ozzie Guillen waited until Buck was in scoring position. Brett Hayes, the Marlins' other catcher, is a faster runner. Managers are loath to use their catcher, their backup catcher, unless they really have to. But 11th inning, Buck has already caught 10 innings, and Hayes is going to pinch run. He's at second base. A little added speed out there at second base. Davis misses up with a fastball. Nobody's up in the Rays pen. 1 for 8 tonight, and the Marlins 9 for their last 73.
2 for 9, and it's all forgotten.
Ball and a strike. Ramirez in the 9th had an uncomfortable at bat against Fernando Rodney until the last pitch he saw, and then suddenly he cut down on a swing and he drilled one in the gap in right center field for a double.
He's going to take his big hacks early in the count, but the ability to switch gears, realize the situation.
Two and one.
It's one of the things that Wade Davis out there in these types of battles late in the ball game coming out of the bullpen been very, very good at making the big pitch, get out of some really tough situations, and he's in one now. Hanley Ramirez having a good night, runner in scoring position, tie ball game in extras. So very difficult to get on top of that pitch. Fastball up in the zone. It's up close to your eyes. You see it big. It looks like you can handle it. That ball's got enough velocity at 95. It gets right over the bat of Hanley Ramirez.
2-2. Wade Davis. Hanley Ramirez. Got him. To the bottom of the 11th. And you're still watching Baseball Night in America, and it's still presented by Budweiser. interleague play continues. Your menu of games on the right: Yankees, Mets, Braves, Red Sox, Brewers, White Sox, Dodgers, Angels, Nationals, Orioles, Giants, Athletics. Next Saturday, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. Check your local listing and you'll see both of these young sluggers. Just 19 for Bryce Harper, just 20 for Mike Trout. Who knows, maybe you'll see him in the All-Star game as well. They keep piling up the numbers over the next couple of weeks. They'll make that selection process, the team vote, and the manager and the league selections. Make some interesting decisions. Fred Hayes will stay in the ball game and stay behind home plate. Randy Choate takes over. The Marlins getting a nice effort, a 3-inning effort from usually a short workload guy. Edward Mujica, 3 innings, 2 hits, did not give up a run. And here is Choate, and he enters in a spot where the Rays have a couple of lefty bats in Matsui and Pena, with Zobrist the switch hitter between them. There's that frisbee slider we've talked about.
Well, much like Steve Cishek from the right side, now Randy Choate from the left. That from under arm angle. Tough against the lefties. If there was one spot in this lineup that Ozzie Guillen would have Randy Choate set aside for, it would be right here.
Ball and a strike. Matsui didn't have a home in spring training. The Rays looking for some pop. Hopeful that Matsui can provide it. Of course, Matsui with Oakland last year, kind of his tour of the American League after that World Series MVP finish to his Yankee campaign. That World Series in which he hit 3 homers was 8 of 14. 7 years a Yankee, an Angel in 2010, and an Athletic last year.
Well, the Rays signed Hideki Matsui to a minor league contract. No guarantees, no promises, but you knew that search for offense, it was just going to be a matter of time, that once he got himself ready down in the minor leagues, that he was going to come up. There's his career numbers.
Choate almost hit him.
Well, that ball just took off on him. Lefty sidewinder. Watch this thing take off. Almost wraps around Matsui.
Choate and Matsui teammates briefly in 2003. Choate's last year with the Yankees. Of course, Choate spent a couple of seasons here with the Rays in 2009 and 2010. He was outstanding last year as the lefty specialist with the Marlins, and he's having another solid year this year. Matsui bringing with him all the Japanese media that has followed the Rays around, much like he did in New York and his other 2 stops in the American League. You see that with the Japanese stars. The 3-2. Soft fly ball, long run, Ruggiano. And it stays at 3-2.
Randy Choate, after a steady diet of breaking balls early in the at-bat, has stayed with the fastball here against Matsui. This might be the perfect opportunity to come back with that slider. You've got him in swing mode. You've seen a lot of heaters. Good sweeping breaking ball may be the answer.
For those of you watching on your local Fox station, Brian Anderson will be doing the weather here in the next 5 minutes as we break into the local news block.
I've always wanted to do that, the green screen.
Broke his bat, and Infante flips it to first. All right, so one left-handed bat for Choate, and now here comes Zobrist, and Zobrist has absolutely crushed the Marlins. Marlins heart in a 13-4 win. Zobrist had a couple of home runs, and then last night Chad Godin, he got to go down again. That was in an 11-0 waxing of the Fish.
Well, they've seen enough of him from the left side, so with Choate here, they flip him around. See if he's got an answer from the right side.
Look at that last 6 games. A 6-game hitting streak. And that includes the 0 for tonight, which has dropped his average just above 500 in the 6 games. Zobrist, a guy that, you know, the Rays really never expected to turn into an all-star. When they got him in the Aubrey Huff deal from the Astros, they thought serviceable, versatile, maybe a reserve infielder, and he really blossomed here with the Rays. 2009 an all-star, last year an enormous year, 46 doubles, drove in 91 as he drew Sutton on deck. That's Pena's spot in the order. Bouncer to short. Reyes straightens up, fires to first. Dobbs is there. And Zobrist is out. And the Marlins pen and the Rays pen just keep matching zeros.
Oh, who's going to blink first? That's what it's come down to.
So Drew Sutton will hit, and it takes Carlos Pena out of the ballgame. Which for the Marlins is not all that bad of news because they don't have another lefty in that pen. As you pointed out, this was the optimal time for Randy Choate. That one just fouled. See down at the Rays pen, there's action down there. Burke Badenhop is up. Badenhop probably can tell you who is on the choice. He has a Rain Man-like recall for all things trivial, from minor league affiliates and their mascots to college nicknames. Oh, and 2. 1-2 on Sutton. No doubles defense at third base with Hanley Ramirez. Randy Choate trying to get through this 11th. A night after the Marlins had to go to their bullpen for 7 innings in relief in an 11-0 Tampa Bay win. Hit him. You could see John Buck ask for that ball down low, but he certainly didn't ask for it that far inside.
No, that ball was just yanked by Randy Choate. Watch him get around this breaking ball. Never had a chance. That almost ended up sweeping behind Sutton. Catches him right on that left ankle. No chance of getting out of the way of that. The Rays with a 2-out base runner.
The Marlins would rather see Elliott Johnson from this side of the plate than from the other side of the plate. He's a 179 hitter, right-handed. Well over 300 left-handed. He tripled from the left side of the plate in the third. And he fouls that one off his foot.
Well, the one benefit that right-handed hitters have against Randy Choate is they're able to get a real good look at his release point. So even a switch hitter like Elliott Johnson, you go over to that right side and you get a free pass. You get a good look. There's not a whole lot of deception there, not nearly as much as left on left. Obviously why Randy Choate, for the most part, is a lefty specialist.
Fastball, fly ball. Cousins back is there and makes the catch. Somebody wake Vasgersian up. It's still baseball night in America, and Giancarlo Stanton is coming up. Game. He's at first base. A pinch hit for Carlos Pena, and Burke Badenhop, the pride of Bowling Green University, comes in. The hopper
comes on for the 31st time. He the king of the ground ball,
king of the comebacker, guy that pitched and pitched well as a then Florida Marlin. Throws a fastball that misses to Stanton. And sinker produces an awful lot of ground balls.
Right at the top of the heap every single year in ground ball percentage. Last year, right around 74%.
Versatile guy, a guy that if you're in a tight spot and need a ground ball, can get it to you, but he can also suck up a couple innings, which is probably what Joe Madden is thinking right now.
Pretty good sweep on that breaking ball right there to get ahead of Stanton, 1-2.
And Badenhop dots the outside corner and strikes Stanton out.
Well, how about coming to this game sharp? Burke Badenhop. Here it is. Giancarlo Stanton. This ball pretty close. Ball one, and then he goes to work. Fastball on the corner, sweeping slider, and then how about right back to that corner.
4 seasons with the Marlins. He was a piece of the Miguel Cabrera trade, certainly not the marquee piece. Baden Hop gets a strike. That one fouled off by Morrison. A Tiger draft pick. He and the Rays, Matt Joyce, were together in the minor leagues coming up in the Tigers organization. Breaking ball misses. I believe Will Rhymes, also on that Rays bench, was on those same minor league teams with Baden Hop and Joyce. Molina has gone the distance behind the plate. The 2-1 pitch to Morrison. He fouls that pitch off.
Well, the one thing that you could tell about Burke Baden-Hop is if he's feeling it, he works quickly. Up and around that mound, he's got a lot of energy out there. A quick rhythm, quick tempo. Got off to a little bit of a slow start this year for the Rays. The sinker was just not there, not able to get that ball down in the zone, but as it came around, boy, the numbers started to improve. The confidence went through the roof. Well, he's a guy that's very versatile. Joe Madden trusts.
Morrison drives it to right. It's deep. Joyce is back, and it's off the wall. Joyce knocks it down. Morrison to second, and he'll hold there with a double. Second hit for Morrison. Not easy to lift the ball against Baden Hop, and Morrison bounced it just out of the reach of right fielder Matt Joyce.
Well, like any sinker baller, you're looking for a mistake. You'd like to see the ball up. That really wasn't up, but it was out over the plate, and Morrison is strong enough to be able to go get this pitch and get some good lift and carry on it over the head of Joyce off the wall and get out into scoring position with just one out. Had an idea of maybe trying for third. Thought better of it.
And now Baden Hop faces a struggling Omar Infante. 0 for 5 in this one, 0 for 9 in the series.
Well, you can undo a lot of the bad of a bad night right here. One big base hit by Omar Infante. He's going to have a completely different outlook on this ball game.
Boy, he's watched 2 fastballs right down the middle of the plate.
Well, and you just wonder what he could possibly be looking for, because this is what Burke Baden-Hop does. He's not going to come out and throw you slider, slider, slider. You're going to see the sinker, and there were a couple of good ones there to take a shot at.
Hooks that one to short. Johnson throws in the dirt. Sutton digs it out. Morrison is still at second base. And up comes Dobbs.
Number 29, Greg Dobbs.
You saw that shot of the Marlins bullpen. Heath Pell's been up almost like clockwork over the last 3 innings. Ryan Webb has joined him. Webb, one of the relievers that worked last night, just briefly at the end. And Joe Madden would rather Justin Ruggiano face Baden Hop than Dobbs. It's the respect that Madden has for the professional at bats that a guy like Dobbs will give you. And he'll take his chances on a guy that spent a long time in the Rays organization, Justin Ruggiano.
Well, now Jose Molina going to go out and talk to Burke Badenhop about their approach against Ruggiano. And if you don't think that Justin Ruggiano is motivated and locked in for this at-bat, knowing what he could accomplish here for the Marlins against his old team.
Now, Ruggiano out of Texas A&M, drafted and signed by the Dodgers, acquired by the Reyes as the player to be named later in that Deanna Navarro, Mark Hendrickson deal. And he got to the big leagues in 07, but the Rays, as we talked about, really didn't have a spot for him. You had a young Carl Crawford, a young B.J. Upton, and Ruggiano spent parts of 5 years at AAA Durham. Broken bat, roller, Johnson to first in time. And Burke Badenhop gets the 3 outs he was asked to get. Jose Molina, who is homered in this ball game, is coming up. Who were hanging by your television to watch that Jose Molina at bat. We apologize profusely to you Jose Molina fans, to the entire Molina family, the Catching Molina brothers. And Jose, when he got back to the dugout, Joe Madden said, don't pick up the bat. Here's an energy bar. Instead, Molina's night is over, but a fine night it was. He deserves the recognition, a home run. He drove in 2 of the 3 runs. Jose Lobaton will pinch hit for Jose Molina. And it's a historic night here in St. Petersburg tonight. The Rays and the Marlins now playing the longest game in baseball night in America history. It's a short history, but it's a long game. Bottom of the 12th. Lobaton had a nice night last night, and he faces Ryan Webb, who comes out of the Marlins pen and misses down low. Even the mascot has his pajamas on. We know Matt Vasgersian has long since gone to bed. Smacked into right. Stanton comes on and makes the catch. Lobaton barreled it up. An out here in the bottom of the 12th. And up comes Sean Rodriguez.
Third baseman.
Reyes and Marlins will finish this series tomorrow. They've got an afternoon start on Father's Day. It's a 1:40 start. For those of you around the state of Florida, you can see it on Sun Sports. Those of you on MLB.TV, MLB.com. The other history-making event tonight, along with the longest game in baseball night in America history, is that Brian Anderson has successfully downloaded the MLB At Bat app on his iPad and can now follow every game around baseball.
It was a goal of mine before the All-Star break.
See,
and thanks to you.
And there was concern coming from Fox headquarters that we might be at odds.
Yeah.
But no, we worked together on that one.
Well, but you led the charge.
I did, and
you
it
absolutely led the charge.
It started in spring training, to be honest with you.
It did. It was sitting down with you to do a spring training game, noticing your iPad, how convenient it was.
The At Bat app and how nice it was to scroll through.
You just touch the screen, get to what you need to during the course of a ball game.
Ryan Webb, a nasty breaking ball. Good sinkers and sliders from Webb, and he strikes out Sean Rodriguez.
Absolutely, mid-90s fastball. Look at this sweeper. Sean Rodriguez does not have a bat in the rack long enough to reach that pitch. But yeah, I was very impressed with that. Ran right off and bought one. Total follower.
But then it took until we're reunited here
Yes.
before we were able to successfully hook you up with the MLB at Bat app. And so now Brian Anderson can not only look at scores but news of the day. Mark Teixeira with the double in the 14th inning to beat the Nationals. Josh Beckett going on the disabled list, but John Lester was good tonight. Jared Saltalamacchia had a big day at Wrigley. And the Red Sox won. Orioles won in Atlanta. Jason Hamill flirted with a no-hitter. That was fun. Who would have thought that Rajai Davis would have the walk-off hit for the Blue Jays?
I'm not nearly as proficient at the
baby steps.
At the app like you are. Right. And today was a big one, just downloading it. Tomorrow I get to learn how to use it.
Baby steps, partner. Jennings up there. 2-1 pitch. And Webb comes in. Webb and Mujica coming over from the Padres at the start of last year. The Cameron Maben trade. They've been a nice bullpen pair.
There's no doubt about that. Mujica, the precision of Mujica and the power of Webb.
3-1 coming to Jennings. See the run on that fastball from Webb. And the thing the Marlins have been encouraged about with Webb is the velocity this year. He's up and living in 95. He's touched 96 on the gun.
Well, it just makes that breaking ball that much more effective when you're able to create that kind of velocity. You get hitters to start to think fast. All of a sudden, that slider sneaks it by him.
Webb, I'm sure, has friends and family here tonight. He's out of Clearwater. Dad pitched in the big leagues. He's 3-2 on Desmond Jennings. See, we've blown right past the local weather. We're into the sports block now. As we hit about 11:20 in the east. To right, Giancarlo Stanton is there and makes the catch. On to the 13th. Miami and the Rays 3-3. watch this fly ball, and Jose Reyes made him pay.
Yes, he did, right back up the middle. That drives in 2 in the second inning. An early 3-0 lead for the Marlins, but then Jose Molina, who drove in the Rays' first 2 runs, gets a home run there, and then Sean Rodriguez flips that ball down the right field line for a triple. Big spot right here. Rays with an opportunity. Nice play by Hanley Ramirez in the bottom of the 9th for a 5 unassisted double play. Mojica fired up, and we trudge on.
There'll be no trudging here tonight. We're in the 13th, baby. Marlins bullpen, really good. Rays bullpen, really good. Burke Badenhop to Scott Cousins, and it's fouled off the end of Cousins' bat. Top of the 13th, 3-3 ball game. Cousins, Brett Hayes for his first at bat, and then Jose Reyes. Slow roller out to short. Elliott Johnson with a busy night. And then Cousins is out number 1 here in the 13th.
Number 9, Brett Hayes.
And here comes Brett Hayes. Hayes has been a real nice backup catcher for the Marlins, and at times when he's started ball games has contributed as well. Very athletic catcher, was an infielder at the University of Nevada before he became a catcher. So he knows Badenhop quite well. He caught him last year. Big swing and a miss.
Boy, completely fooled by that breaking ball. And, and it's one thing, you can know a guy, have a lot of at-bats against a guy, have caught the guy, but when he comes out there and is executing pitches like Badenhop is, very, very difficult. Badenhop really wearing out the outside corners to the righties and the lefties.
And he gets Hayes to chase. Hayes thought he tipped it. He did, but apparently Lobaton caught it before it hit the dirt.
Well, let's see. This ball low in the dirt. You see the dirt kick up. See, he goes down to get it.
Boy, did the dirt kick up from the ball or the glove?
Yeah, it looked like maybe that ball rattled around, hit the lip of that glove, and stayed in there. I think that's what everybody's arguing about. Let's take one more look. Yeah, it looks like that ball hit the lip of the glove and kicked right into it.
Nice call by Jerry Davis. That one flipped down the line. Jennings over.
Looks like he was afraid to run out of bounds. Started counting the steps there towards the left field line. Let that pass float out of bounds.
Especially with Reyes, you would think that he'd want to make sure that ball was foul, because if it does end up being fair and he's casual about it, Reyes will be at third base before he knew it. Badenhop misses up high. Burke Badenhop has the first 2 outs of the 13th. Reyes a couple hits, but that was hours ago. Reyes to right. It's deep. Joyce is back, and that ball is off the wall. It's not out of here. Reyes is on his way to third, and he's in there with a triple. Boy, that was a foot or two away from getting out to right center.
Well, he uncorks on this pitch, goes right down and gets it. Surprising power there by Reyes on that ball down in the zone, and it was that close. Right at the top of the padding.
And a smart fan. The Rays fan, realizing he didn't want to interfere with it. It wasn't going to go out, so the fan did not reach over and try to catch it.
Jose Reyes, as soon as he sees that ball stay in, turns on the afterburners and gets in just ahead of the tag.
And then Ramirez. Now Ramirez shortening to bunt. The shift that the Rays have for Ramirez is extreme. And Joe Madden has been at the cutting edge of defensive alignments, and he's not afraid to shift a right-handed bat like many people shift a Ryan Howard. or a Carlos Pena, a left-handed bat.
Well, the reason that he's squaring around too is Sean Rodriguez was playing deep at third base. So there's a lot of room to get a bunt down. Not only that, but Drew Sutton, if you could push one to the right side and get it by Burt Badenhop, there's no one out there to field and cover.
Badenhop does field his position very well. Breaking ball misses outside.
Well, the one thing that Joe Madden does when they set up their defense is to just play the percentages. Hey, listen, if I have printouts in front of me that say this is where the guy hits the ball on the ground, I'm going to put my defenders there. And that's all it is, just playing the percentages.
That's one of the things, and we talked about all the no-hitters at the start of the telecast. One of the things Joe Madden feels has helped pitchers over the last 5-6 years is the defensive metrics have all come out and favored the defense and helped the pitchers. And he's one guy that's not afraid to utilize it. 2-2 pitch, Badenhop. Ramirez strikes out. Badenhop punches out a former teammate. And Jose Reyes is left at third base. To the bottom of the 13th, the hopper strikes in St. Pete. Baseball Night in America, brought to you by Budweiser. Everyone all smiles when it started. Mark Burley, don't feed the animals. Burt Badenhop striking out his former teammate, Hanley Ramirez. Jose Reyes 90 feet away. That was in the top of the 13th. Bottom 13 now. Ryan Webb back to work. Matt Joyce. B.J. Upton. Hideki Matsui. Joyce is 1 for 5. And a strike from Webb. It's been a parade of relievers, and everyone's really looked good in this one. We got Steve Cishek, Edward Mujica, Randy Cho, Brian Webb for the Marlins. Webb is still in there. Center and deep. Cousins there and makes the catch. Both teams have hit some balls here in extra innings. Reyes narrowly missing a home run. Cousins has had to make a couple of nice running catches in center.
Well, Matt Joyce making a bid. See Cousins get on the horse. Make a nice running catch. Eyes never leave the baseball. It can be tough in this building. Here's B.J. Upton. Upton
Didn't get all of that, and Ruggiano can't make the catch. Upton around first. Ruggiano sliding. It's a base hit. Upton will see if he got out of the box.
Well, this ball just kind of floats out there, starts to die. Ruggiano with a sliding attempt. Boy, that had that ball right in the glove. It rolled out the top. Let's see BJ getting out of the box. Well, that's not as hard as he can go. And with that ball bouncing away from Ruggiano, could have easily been at second base.
Yeah, if he's busting out of the box, he's in scoring position. And here is Matsui. It is a base hit, and Upton's a threat to run. But it's not an easy go of it for Greg Dobbs at first. When you got a guy with a heavy sinker on the mound loading up that two-seamer, and then he decides to buzz one your way.
With some velocity?
Yeah. Matsui takes a strike. Ben Zobrist is on deck. Last night, you see the innings the Marlins pen had to suck up and the damage that was done. Tonight, a very different story. In fact, last night, the Marlins used Chad Godin just over 4 innings. Sandy Rosario pitched, and Rosario was actually placed on the disabled list today. The Marlins called up Chris Hatcher, a converted catcher, now a hard-throwing reliever. He's one of the rarest of guys. I believe since the 40s, he's the first guy to get to the big leagues as a catcher and then come back as a pitcher. He was leading, and he is safe. Wow.
B.J. Upton extremely lucky there. He was going. Watch this. You very rarely see a base runner start towards second base, be able to change direction and get back in time, but he was able to get that right hand in the back of the bag.
Upton away from first. Upton has a dozen stolen bases this year. He's only been caught twice. Remember, you've got Brett Hayes behind the plate. And Upton's got a little protection with a left-handed bat up there. Off-speed pitch. Dobbs gets the out there and will hold on to it. I'm sure the thought crossed Dobbs' mind, but at the same time, with the runner in the baseline, I don't think he had a clean shot to the bag.
He didn't. He turned to look to throw, and B.J. Upton had started. Watch B.J.'s angle to second base. He realizes he gets right into the way of Dobbs, and there was just not a clean throw there. So instead of risking it, maybe that ball bounces off B.J. into the outfield. Who knows what will happen? He decides to eat it.
So a wise decision by Dobbs. And here now is Zobrist. And the Marlins won't even deal with Zobrist. They've seen enough of him. Since the winning run is at second base, Ozzie Guillen says, what the heck? Put Zobrist on and deal with Drew Sutton. Bottom of the 13th. Joe Madden, the man next to him, is a guy that many people feel will be a very good manager when he gets the opportunity. And that's Dave Martinez.
Dave Martinez, Joe Madden's right-hand man. Very knowledgeable about the game, a great way about him.
So here now is Sutton, his second at bat. Zobrist at first. You saw Upton with great speed at second. And Sutton, the switch hitter, takes outside. The Marlins have a plus arm in center, a plus arm in right. Ruggiano can play center, so his arm strength is good. But of course, you've got Upton's speed. If Sutton can knock one in the outfield, he could end this ball game. To left, Ruggiano squares this one up and squeezes it. Onward, upward, to the 14th we go. In St. Pete, 3-3. Innings of baseball tonight, at least in St. Pete. 3-3. Rich Waltz, Brian Anderson, our entire Baseball Night in America crew up late at night. We've got mascots wearing pajamas, managers making switches. Giancarlo Stanton is now looking out at Brandon Gomes, who takes over. Stanton, Logan Morrison, Omar Infante, and a breaking ball for a strike.
Brandon Gomes with a good amount of deception in his delivery. Comes from a low three-quarter arm angle, sweeping breaking ball. Good sinker.
Been a tough night for Stanton. 0 for 6.
See how he's got a little twist and comes around there, tries to hide the baseball. Good breaking ball right there, down and away from Stanton.
High pop. In comes Joyce, and he makes the catch.
Yeah, that has been the way that this Rays pitching staff has gone about Giancarlo Stanton, is staying away from the hard stuff unless it's up in the zone, up above the bat. A lot of off speed, trying to force him to make the adjustment, and thus far has not been able to.
Now Morrison, who was doubled and singled. He doubled in the 12th. Both teams have had opportunities in extra innings. Marlins got a triple from Jose Reyes with 2 outs in the 13th. A 1-out double from Morrison in the 12th. One pitch misses away. So the Miami Marlins 7 games out when the day started. Got some good news when the Washington Nationals lost in 14 innings to the Yankees. But to make it pay off, the Marlins need to win here. Gomes with a good changeup for a strike. The Marlins now 6.5 back of the Nationals. The Rays started the day 2.5 back. But of course, with the Yankee win, now that's 8 in a row for the Yankees. The Rays fall 3 back. A win here gets them back to 2.5. Morrison pops this one behind third. Rodriguez makes the catch. In Anaheim, Irving Santana is perfect through 6 for the Angels. So through 6, Paul Goldschmidt, Gerardo Parra, and Justin Upton. Look at that. So perfect through 6. Angels have a 2-0 lead. Now Infante. We talked about all the no-hitters this year. 5 no-hitters. A pair of perfect games.
Jason Hamill was threatening tonight for no-hitter.
Matt Cain, Philip Umber, the perfect games. Seattle had a 5-man tag team no-hitter. A historic no-hitter from Johan Santana. And Ari Dickey almost had the second Mets no-hitter here at the Trop. Infante fouls it off. Already this season, there have been 5 no-hitters. We told you 14 no-hitters since the start of 2010. It was Kevin Millwood who started that Seattle game. Angels already have a no-hitter this year. You saw Gomes grimace after he bounced that breaking ball to Omar Infante. We've used up all our best material. It's the 14th inning. It's a 3-3 game. But we're glad you've stuck it out on the longest game ever in baseball night in American history.
I feel a sense of pride.
There will be a brief ceremony when this one is over. Here's the 2-2. And we talk about how punchy we get. How would you like to be Jerry Davis, the home plate umpire right now? I mean, these guys, they don't get to go in and sit down for half an inning. They don't get the cushy chairs we've got up here. He's got to squat down for every pitch and bear down. Infante swings and misses. A 1-2-3, 14th for Brandon Gomes. 3-3. Popped up on Mountain Dew and cotton candy. These kids have staying power. Look at that. All the way to the bottom of the 14th and still going strong.
It's impressive.
Mom and Dad have long since checked out, but the kids are still rolling. Bottom 14, Brian Webb still in there for Miami. And Elliott Johnson, his 6th at bat of the ball game. Johnson tripled all the way back in the 3rd. Both bullpens throwing up a lot of zeros. Webb misses away. Father's Day starts in 11 minutes. So if you don't like the tie you're wearing, partner, I got news for you. You got a new one coming your way soon. That one comes Ryan Webb's way into center field.
Now Elliott Johnson just hammers this offering from Ryan Webb right back up the middle over his head. Obvious frustration there. The Rays with the leadoff man aboard, and Elliott Johnson, who does have speed.
And you've got Lobaton at the plate. Lobaton lined out to right in his only at bat. He's in the spot designated for catchers named Jose. Molina went the first 12 innings. And Lobaton has taken the baton and is getting his 2nd at bat.
Well, Lobaton's had some big hits for Joe Madden.
I'm not sure if Webb is A, trying to keep him close, or B, trying to see if Lobaton will tip his hand at the plate. With any movement, Miami looking to see if the Rays might be bunting here.
So far, everybody's poker face still there.
Runner bluffs. Lobaton swings and pops it foul and out of play. 4 hours and 35 minutes in. This is the 9th longest game this season in Major League Baseball. And if this game, in another 10 minutes, they're going to have to stop the game, and everyone's going to have to put the blue armbands on for Father's Day. The home run challenge starts in 10 minutes.
I'm ready. Rolling up the sleeves now.
I wonder if they'll have the blue eye black. I know that it sounds like an oxymoron.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't say things like that this late.
They have that. They have the blue eye black. They've got the light blue in honor of prostate cancer. Wristbands, the patches that go on the uniforms. Umpires will have them on as well. The ribbons will be on the bases. Good to hear that Tommy Lasorda is doing better. One of the ambassadors for the home run challenge. He and Michael Milken were making their rounds around baseball this past week. And it was the commissioner, Bud Selig, who felt that something wasn't right with Lasorda at the Major League Baseball draft, that told Lasorda, you're going to the hospital. And it's a good thing he went. Johnson, the runner at first. 3-3 game, bottom 14. 22,332 in this start. And I will say that for a game that's in the 14th inning, a lot of people have stayed. Runner goes, hit and run, and it's looped foul into the seats.
The Rays trying to force the issue here. Elliott Johnson actually had a pretty good jump there. Those hips opened up, headed towards second base. Lobaton trying to fish that ball out into left field.
Sends it to center. Cousins again makes a running catch. Well, the Rays have sent Cousins racing all over Tropicana Field tonight.
Well, he's done a very nice job of tracking these balls down. Lobatone hits his ball hard. And again, a good read off the bat.
Cousins is a good outfielder, and he can play all three outfield spots. Sean Rodriguez now. Now Rodriguez is the guy that tied this game in the 7th. Johnson back on a throw from Webb. We will update you on Irvin Santana's attempt at a perfect game. He's perfect through 6, and they're into the top of the 7th in Anaheim. The Angels on top of the Diamondbacks 2-0. That game started about the 7th, 8th inning of this one. One out, Johnson at first. Now this was fair by just a little bit, but enough that Carlos Pena scored from first.
Sean Rodriguez off the bat had no idea where that ball went.
Runner goes. Little looper down the first base line. It falls foul, almost in the same spot where he tripled.
Boy, with the runner in motion, that would have been interesting.
That would have been ball game.
See this ball. There goes Elliott Johnson. That close, a foot maybe. But you're right, the way that ball kicked off to the right, no way Stanton's going to be able to track that down by the time Elliott comes around third.
Webb trying to keep Johnson anchored to first. See, if the crowd knew that with every minute we're creeping closer to the longest game of the season in Major League Baseball, they might calm down. They might want to be part of history. Maybe not. Well, we got a ways to go. I was hopeful. I mean, we're at 4:40 now. Baltimore and Boston played 6 hours and 7 minutes. We're not doing that.
Well, we'll see.
And Justin Upton just broke up Irvin Santana's perfect game. That's one of the things we were clinging to right there.
Those are only a shot at a respite.
So 4 minutes from midnight, Miami and the Rays 3-3 in the bottom of the 14th. Miami native Sean Rodriguez. His dad a manager in the Cardinals minor league organization. Runner goes. Cousins again. Then he makes the catch. Elliott Johnson has tried and tried to steal second base. And he's tired. You can see he's breathing heavy, his hands on his hips. Here's Desmond Jennings. Only 3 other games going in baseball. Obviously all those on the West Coast. Jennings check swing. And he did not go. It's 1-0. Tim Lincecum pitching in his hometown in Seattle. Giants and Mariners 4-4 in the 6th. White Sox a 5-4 lead in Los Angeles against the Dodgers, bottom of the 5th. Outside corner. And it's still 2-0 Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim over the Arizona Diamondbacks of Phoenix. That's in the top of the 7th. Webb steadies himself, and his slider catches the corner. Jennings, the young outfielder. Reyes hopeful that he fills the void left by Carl Crawford.
Well, he definitely has the skill set, a good defender, tremendous speed, will show some occasional power.
Webb buries that one outside, and it's 2-2.
Well, I would definitely have thought during the course of this at bat, Elliott Johnson, you'd send him again. If he does get thrown out, you have Desmond Jennings leading off the bottom of the 15th. If not, an opportunity with a runner in scoring position. Up till now, nothing.
Just for good measure, another throw over first. Counts 2-2. Elliott Johnson is gassed at first base. Happy Father's Day, partner. Webb to the plate. Johnson's running. Ball in the air. In the infield. Omar Infante in front of second makes the catch. Baseball night in America. No more. It's Father's Day, everybody. Break out the blue armbands. 3-3. Let's go to the 15th. And the kids are ready to celebrate and not ready to go home. Dad's on the iPhone wondering and hoping that the kids will sleep in now that they've stayed up late. This is now the 4th longest game in baseball this year. Look at the yawns. Come on, people. Stay with us. Greg Dobbs is up. Brandon Gomes is still on the mound. And Dobbs bangs one off the mask of Jose Lobaton. It's 0-1. So it's the 15th. Dobbs, Ruggiano, and Scott Cousins are the scheduled hitters. We told you that the Rays are in a little better shape bullpen wise because the Marlins used their long man last night, Chad Godin, and he's not available. Marlins did call up Chris Hatcher, who has one of the better baseball mustaches. And that returns to the big leagues along with a very strong right arm. He throws in the 90s. He's the guy we were talking about. Got to the big leagues as a backup catcher and then turned himself into a pitcher and has done quite well.
He still looks like a catcher.
It does.
With that getup. That was impressive.
0-2. Dobbs shoots a ground ball out to second. Zobrist flips to Sutton at first.
And I'll tell you what, if this game continues on, Chad Godin may become available real soon.
He worked over 4 innings yesterday, and Ozzie told us.
Ozzie said he was down Saturday.
That's right.
We're into Sunday.
Plenty of recovery time.
That's right. Chad, the calendar has flipped. Get loose.
Longest of the season, 6:07. And right now, we're getting closer. Breaking ball, a strike. Ruggiano came into the ball game as a pinch runner in the 8th, and he's had a full night. This is one of those games, all kidding aside, that you're heavily invested in as a player. The very last thing you want to do is play all night and lose. Especially if you're Miami. Miami has dropped 9 of the last 10 games in a real tailspin. They finally get some early runs, a 3-0 lead, only to see the Rays come back and tie it. Marlins have had opportunities. Rays have had opportunities in extra innings.
Yeah, and the Marlins here are sitting in their, what's now 13th inning of scoreless baseball.
That's right. They got their 2 runs in the first 2 innings. The scoreboard is off the tracks. It's gone way past the first inning. They've already saying a couple of renditions of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." Ruggiano to right. That's pretty well hit. Joyce is over, and it's off the wall. Ruggiano around first, wobbling as he got to second. He almost stumbled around first.
No, he was watching that ball down that right field line. That ball was hit well by Ruggiano. This ball, he just goes out and gets it. Good extension. Right off the wall, right to Matt Joyce, who then has a play at second base.
And so yet again, Miami has an opportunity in extra innings. A 1-out double here. They had a leadoff triple, or rather a 2-out triple in the 13th, a 1-out double in the 12th. And it's Cousins now who did early damage with a double and a single. But that was 5 at-bats ago. He's had a busy night out in center field. He's played well. His first start in the big leagues since last year.
Yes, he really has. Got the stick going early. The defense has been there all night, showing good speed, good angles, good jumps.
Line to right field, fair ball into the corner. Ruggiano in to score. Cousins headed for second, digging for third, and he is in there. Look at the emotion. A long road back to the big leagues. His first start since being called up, and Cousins has 3 hits. A single, a double, and now a triple.
And none bigger than this one right here. This ball stays up and out over the plate. Cousins rifles it right down the line. It hugs the line, stays down, and hugs the wall. And that's what allowed that ball to roll around the wall. Cousins hustling out of the box. cutting the bags very well and gets into third with a triple, an RBI triple.
And he's in scoring position with 1 out. Infield's in. Pitch out. Marlins really haven't squeezed much at all this year. Ruggiano and Cousins with back-to-back doubles. Hayes up. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Trying to lift the ball against Gomes and get an insurance run as Heath Bell starts to warm up in the Marlins pen. And the Rays pitch out again. Now, they may walk Hayes, but you've got Reyes on deck, who is tough to double up. So you would expect the Rays to eventually have to pitch to Hayes, or at least want to pitch to Hayes.
Oh, you absolutely would figure that. They're going to do that right here.
And Hayes pops it up in the infield. Zobrist makes the catch.
Yeah, that's a run right there that you want badly if you're the Marlins. And down here you've got Jose Reyes with a chance with 2 outs. There it is, Cousins. Look at him go. Does a nice job of rounding these bases.
Cousins very athletic, runs well. And the Rays are going to walk Reyes here. And so if you're Hanley Ramirez and you're watching, the Rays will put Reyes on. And pitch to Ramirez. You see Joe Madden looking at the lineup card. Hanley Ramirez has struck out his last 2 times up. And his last strikeout was with Reyes at third and 2 outs.
Yeah, that was an interesting at-bat where he squared around a bunt the first couple of pitches, gave away a couple of strikes, and then was overpowered by a maiden hop fastball for strike 3. Not a good turn for Hanley Ramirez his last time up.
A double by Ruggiano, the triple by Cousins. Hayes pops out. And once again, Hanley Ramirez with an opportunity to drive in a run. It's 4-3 in the 15th. Heath Bell is loose now. He should be. He's been up, what, 5 times? But in every case, Bell not heating up to his maximum, waiting for the opportunity to come in with a lead. And the Marlins finally have it. One and 0 to Hanley Ramirez. And on his way out to the mound, Jim Hickey. This may be, now correct me if I'm wrong, I am getting punchy here at 12:11 Eastern time. Is this the first trip by a pitching coach in the game?
Yes.
It's the 15th inning. How many 15-inning games can you say that about? That the first time you see a pitching coach on the mound is in the 15th inning.
Yeah, whether it's a low-scoring game or not, you're going to go out and talk strategy, much like this situation here. But it absolutely is. Maybe that's why he went.
He wanted to be part of history. And Father's Day. I don't think he's real happy right now, just from the looks of Hickey. Now Reyes is at first. They're holding Reyes on. And he buries one in the dirt. And it almost looks like they want nothing to do with Hanley Ramirez, even though they walked Reyes to get to him.
Well, a couple of sliders there. That one was yanked a little bit. A nice job by Lobaton to go out and keep that ball in front of him. I'd hate to have one skip to the backstop. Allow the Marlins to add the run that way, make them earn it.
You got Cousins at third, Reyes at first. The 2-0 pitch. And that breaking ball catches the corner.
Well, that was almost like a backup. Little backup slider here by Brandon Gomes. Not anywhere near where he wanted it. Hanley Ramirez freezes on it.
Miami has a run here in the 15th. Gomes ready. Reyes is running. And the pitch is taken outside. And so Reyes takes second. It's a stolen base. It can't be. The official score has called it defensive indifference, but they were holding Reyes on at first. That has to be a stolen base.
And I don't think you could have indifference in a 4-3 ball game.
No. Except in the booth. We've shown indifference at times, but we've been able to hold it together for 15 innings. You and me. Hanley scorches one. Rodriguez picks it up, and Sean Rodriguez throws him out. Heath Bell will make an appearance in the bottom of the 15th. Scott Cousins has given Miami a 1-run lead. Is that enough? We'll find out. Fox or Baseball Morning in America, wherever you're watching. The Burger King smooth play of the game. Scott Cousins, his third hit. A triple, and it scores Justin Ruggiero, and Miami has claimed a 1-run lead. Cousins' third hit of the night. He has a double and a single as well. And Baseball Night in America has gone right into Father's Day. And as pass go, collected $200, already at 12:16 in the morning. And look at the line scores running out of innings right now. Over 5 hours, but still going strong. Now, Heath Bell, who's been waiting and waiting, and up and down and up and down. Now he comes in and tries to save it. And for Bell, it's been a roller coaster of a season. Certainly not the best of starts. Ozzie Guillen did a nice job of rehabilitating him back into the closer's role. And he's been pretty good lately. And of course, he's been terrific in his career. Bell, a 3-time All-Star. All 3 of those appearances as a Padre. See his last 14 games, 10 of 10 in save opportunities.
Quick turnaround there by Bell. And if he's going to get this save, he's going to earn it. Coming right down there through the heart of that Rays lineup. Joyce, Upton, Matsui. All 3 of them more than capable of getting the ball over the fence.
Good sharp breaking ball. And it's 2-2. And if Bell is able to get the save, it's something you touched upon. Credit the fact that he's a veteran and he knows how to get ready and he knows when to get ready. The 2-2. Because a younger reliever who's inexperienced could heat up, and Bell, every time the Marlins had a rally going in the top of an inning into extra innings, Bell had to get up, loosen up just enough to where he was close to being ready. He's gone 3-2 on Joyce. Dobbs hugging the line, and it's a foul ball.
the situation that he had to manage, you take a first, second-year closer and put him in a similar situation from the 9th inning on. You know, he's up 4, 5, 6 times. And you're right, you don't want to waste too many bullets. You don't want to heat up, sit down, and you end up going out there feeling like you've already thrown 3 or 4 innings.
Another 3-2 pitch. Great breaking ball, backdoor, and a called strike 3.
I'll tell you what a gutsy pitch there by Heath Bell. Full count, you don't want to put the leadoff man on, and he just comes back with that breaking ball, and it's perfect. At the right height, caught a ton of the plate.
Now B.J. Upton. It's amazing to me how our production team knew that they were going to use the Burger King smooth play of the game in the 15th inning. They didn't burn it in the 8th or the 9th. They could have done it middle of the game. They saved it for the 15th.
18.
That's right. The 0-1. And Bell misses to Upton. Upton certainly a guy the Rays would love to get aboard with his speed. Remember, Upton was on in the 13th, a ball that he hit to left. Ruggiano came in and was trying to make a sliding catch. It popped out of his glove. Upton was not running hard down the line at first and got only a single out of it. And the Rays obviously didn't score him. And down goes Upton. Bell is an out away.
Well, Bell just went after BJ with the hard stuff away, forcing him to try to reach out there and get it. Not able to. You see that good downhill angle that Heath Bell is able to create.
I would expect the Bell family in San Diego might be watching this one up late, but not as late as the East Coast. Until Father's Day has started here in the East. 12:20 in the morning. Heath Bell working hard, trying to finish a long night. We're now the 3rd longest game in baseball this year, 9 minutes shy of the Blue Jays and White Sox, who on April 5th went 5 hours and 14 minutes. We're a long ways away from Red Sox Orioles, who clocked in at 6:07. I'm not sure if that was on the 6th of May or the 6th and the 7th of May. Breaking ball misses out to Matsui, who certainly has the pop to tie it up. Make sure you stay tuned for our expanded postgame show, which will be coming your way. You shot me a look like I was serious.
Hey, listen, at this point, we're here, right? I'll do anything.
Matt Vasgersian will be hosting the show from his cell phone. He'll be calling in. Outside corner. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Heath Bell ends it. And the Miami Marlins, with the newest Marlin, Scott Cousins, the hitting hero. A hard day's night finishes with Heath Bell shutting it down. We'll return to St. Pete right after these messages from your local Fox station. Happy Father's Day, everybody. We're back after this. 4-3 Miami.